Good morning, 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at overcast skies right now, 68 degrees on the warmish side, and some spotty showers. We'll check out that full forecast in just a moment. A shooting early this morning at a Nashville apartment complex. Police say a 21-year-old man who had been ordered to stay away from his ex-girlfriend's apartment at J.C. Napier Homes showed up there overnight. She called police. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovic is on the scene.
When officers arrived today, they say the suspect fired at them first, then police shot back, hitting him in the leg and the rear as well.
And the officers there were not injured. A Seattle woman's been charged with threatening a mass shooting at the Metro Christian Academy. 27-year-old Adriel Poku told police that the messages were sent by her ex-husband, but Goodlettsville police determined that the incident was a ploy to regain custody of their 4-year-old child. Poku was flown to Nashville and arrested yesterday. She faces a host of charges. In Georgia, officers testified in the case of murdered college student Laken Riley and what led them to that suspect's door.
Country illegally. Jose Ibarra, a Venezuelan migrant who entered the country illegally, is on trial. Officer Rafael San interviewed Ibarra and his brothers the day after the murder. He says the men seemed to be in a good mood.
There was a lot of laughing, giggling.
Another officer observed recent scratches on Ibarra's arms. The officer noted the wounds looked recent, but says Ibarra could not explain them.
Now, Ibarra's roommate testified that he witnessed Ibarra throw away a jacket minutes after Riley's death. That jacket was later found with Riley's blood on it. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
A mixed market Monday after last week's sharp slide. The Dow finished down 55 points. The S&P 500 gained 23. The Nasdaq Composite gained 112 points. CVS Health stocks gained 6% after adding 4 new directors to its board. The expansion includes hedge fund owner Glenview Capital Management. Spirit Airlines filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The airline has lost more than $2.5 billion since the pandemic travel slump and faces debt payments totaling more than $1 billion in the next 2 years. The airline said it expects to operate normally during the bankruptcy process. 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and the nation's big food retailers are trying to lure back shoppers with deals on holiday meals. Walmart is offering turkey dinner for 8 for less than $55. Target's selling a $20 holiday feast for 4 people.
Now, stock futures this morning sharply lower. We've got Dow futures down 245 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like there's no big problems on the roads this morning. No delays on 24 heading in, 65 and 40 both looking good as well. Just one caution, we do have showers moving through the area, wet leaves, and a little bit of traffic can make the morning a mess very quickly, so careful as you're traveling in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here. Indeed, a lot of reaction to Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski from MSNBC heading down to Mar-a-Lago to meet President-elect Donald Trump.
I searched for a way to respond appropriately, and I called on my 10 years as a litigator in addition to my now 20 as a journalist, and I think I found the perfect phrase, go f*** yourselves.
That is Megyn Kelly. The reaction of both conservatives and liberals at Joe and Mika from MSNBC going to meet Donald Trump. A lot of people are pissed off, and I understand why. Now, if you're a conservative, it's the lines, the talking points just write themselves, right? You called him Hitler. You called everybody Nazis. You've been saying all of these nasty things for years about Donald Trump. And now here you are traveling to Mar-a-Lago to meet the president-elect. And, of course, liberals are losing their ever-loving minds over this. This was big news yesterday. It remains big news this morning, especially a lot of the reaction. This was Joe and Mika yesterday as they were doing their show. This really didn't make a lot of news until after I was off the air yesterday. But this is them talking about going down to Mar-a-Lago.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
So after 7 years of constant negative coverage, 7 years of he's Hitler and he's a rapist in chief, he's a misogynist and all of these other things, Joe and Mika decide to leave their echo chamber and head south. But before we tell you how that meeting went and, of course, the reaction, the rest of the reaction, let's review some of what they've said in the past about the former and future president.
Out of his mind. I mean, praising Hezbollah, out of his mind. And again, the fact that Republicans are embracing this guy is absolutely crazy. Look, that's your Republican Party right there. That's your Republican Party. That's the guy who's in first place in the Republican contest to be the next presidential nominee for the GOP.
You have all these arguments about Joe Biden and his age. Please take a look at him.
And then he says that the news network that is most critical of him should be taken off the air. This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever. And if people can't start drawing the parallel, well, you're just stupid, or you have your head in the sand, or you're one of them.
I could play a 30-minute montage and still not have hit all of the insults hurled at Donald Trump by the crew at MSNBC and Morning Joe. And when you've got Scarborough saying that you're one of them, he's talking about me. He's talking about a lot of you, Donald Trump supporters, and he says it in such a deriding way. And so this really isn't a story about Donald Trump. It's a story about his supporters as well. It's not just about Trump. It's about all of us, and it's all about the folks on the left as well. Because we collectively have taken a lot of slings and arrows. We really have. But this is about ratings. This is about a lot of different things. Since the election, you know this, MSNBC's ratings, usually really low anyway, they have absolutely cratered. MSNBC, this is from the Associated Press, MSNBC primetime viewership plunged 54% in the days after Donald Trump won the White House, as the network's audience tuned away from its left-leaning coverage, according to a report. They drew a daily average of 1.1 million viewers throughout October. They suddenly saw its audience shrink to a daily average of 736,000 on the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday after Election Day, according to Nielsen Media. Now, that amounted to a 31% drop following Donald Trump's decisive victory, in which he swept the popular vote and all 7 key swing states. Meanwhile, Fox News ratings surged a whopping 61% during the same time period, according to Nielsen data reported by Fox News. In other words, MSNBC viewers, they just said, you know what, screw this. We don't want to watch all of this. And I think that a lot of them felt like they had been lied to. Because over and over again, I just played you some of the sound bites of Joe and Mika calling Donald Trump and his supporters every name in the book. So clearly, you've got the folks over at MSNBC, whether it is Joyless Reed, whether it is, Mika and Joe, some of these other folks as well, Rachel Maddow, is that they realize that they are woefully out of step with the American people. Ratings are down. Their echo chamber is louder than ever, but quite frankly, there's fewer people in it. But clearly now the panic is really beginning to set in. So off to Mar-a-Lago, Joe and Mika go.
And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications.
Right. Part of me, of course, is confused because they've been saying ad nauseum that Donald Trump wanted to jail his political leaders and jail his political opponents. Now, the question is, did he jail his political opponents? No, he didn't. But the question is, if you were saying that all this time, if all this time you've been saying that Donald Trump is going to jail his political opponents, why in the world would you go to Mar-a-Lago where no doubt he's got, security and police officers waiting to throw you in the hoosegow, which he can't do, obviously, because he's not president yet. But you get what I'm saying. Oh, but they went on.
In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful. He was upbeat. He seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. 5 years of political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate.
Right, because, Mika, you were a big part of that culture, and you were a big part of that no-holds-barred conversation. We are going to say whatever we have to say about Donald Trump to keep him out of office. That was you, Mika. That wasn't CNN, although they were part of it, obviously, but the most vitriolic, the most nasty was on CNN. Whether it was Joyless Reed or whether it was Rachel Maddow or whether it was Joe and Mika. Trump is Hitler and a threat to democracy. He's going to jail his political opponents. All of that kind of rhetoric. And so they apparently decided that it was time to, I'm air quoting here, do something different. I've got more audio and more reactions straight ahead, 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
No problems coming in this morning on 24. 65 also looking good this morning. And we do have some rain on the roadways, so it may be wise to slow it down just a bit heading in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Rain today and a high of 70. Watch out for those deer, by the way. It's a treacherous.
Yeah.
It is a treacherous drive this morning.
Did you?
I hit all of those leaves on the roadway that you were talking about earlier, Joan.
Yeah.
And the damn deer were all over the place. I don't call them deer. I call them damn deer.
Well, they're mating. It's mating season right now.
There's so many littering the sides of the roads. It's just dreadful.
Don't they have like deer bars that they can go to instead of just running around and looking for other deer? Like, isn't there like a deer hookup app somewhere that
What's happening, Dan, is the does are running from the males, much like human females do.
Much like in real life.
Can you imagine the lines at the bar? It would be like, hey, nice rack. Right?
Line of the day.
Come on, Dan. I made a funny joke, and
That
you
was good.
didn't laugh at me.
You know what? That was good.
That was
No, I'm trying to think of like. So I'm trying to top you, Joan.
Yeah.
So you said nice rack, and I'm trying to think how you talk about a deer as like a 12 point.
Yeah.
So it's like, size matters kind of a thing.
Oh, I get it. You go right there.
I'm sorry, you went down the road of nice rack. I'm talking about size matters. They're antlers. They're 12 points.
Yeah.
I'd rather be whatever. Moving on. You know what, Joan?
What is it, Dan?
Just use these words of Megyn Kelly for my reaction to you.
I searched for a way to respond appropriately, and I called on my 10 years as a litigator in addition to my now 20 as a journalist, and I think I found the perfect phrase, go f*** yourselves.
There you go, John. That's for you.
Gets a little testy in the morning, doesn't he, Johnny?
Yeah.
We need to get you some more coffee.
I need
more
more
Space
of that
Cowboy.
Space Cowboy coffee at spacecowboycoffee.com.
How's Lisa Whelchel coming?
Yeah, how's Lisa Whelchel?
Can I just tell you that she doesn't have, like, her, the publicist information on her page is gone. So I feel like she doesn't do these things anymore, but I'm going to continue searching.
Remember, it's got to be in studio. I
remember.
I can tell her my deer and doe jokes.
I would like for her to come back and to, like, want to be here.
Come back, I want her to stay.
I think we can all agree that's going to be a one-time visit if it actually happens. All right, moving right along. Jon Stewart, by the way, had some really good and funny and poignant thoughts on Joe and Mika visiting Donald Trump.
And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we?
Because you said he was Hitler.
I mean, he's got a great point. See, even the left is going after Joe and Mika. That's what I love. By the way, I love what Donald Trump said about the meeting. He says, I received a call from Joe Scarborough requesting a meeting for him and Mika, and I agreed that it would be a good thing if such meeting took place. Trump said, we met at Mar-a-Lago on Friday morning at 8 a.m. Trump said the meeting was extremely cordial. Many things were discussed, and I very much appreciated, he says, the fact that they wanted to have an open communication. He said, in many ways, it's too bad that it wasn't done long ago. Well, that's because they wouldn't do it. And, a lot of people always talk about, oh, Donald Trump is awful, and he's this, and he's that. More often than not, he is responding to how he is treated. And he pretty much has said as such, and I have too. Trump added that they congratulated me on running a great and flawless campaign, one for the history books, the president-elect says, which I really believe it was, but it was also a campaign where I worked long and hard, perhaps longer and harder than any presidential candidate in history. He says we talked about various cabinet members, both announced and to be announced as expected. They like some very much, some not at all. He says the meeting ended in a very positive manner, and we agreed to speak in the future. The president-elect finally saying, I expect this will take place with others in the media, even those that have been extremely hostile. So it'll be interesting to see. Do you think can you imagine Joy Reid, hat in hand, going to Mar-a-Lago or Joy Behar, the two of them going to Mar-a-Lago?
No.
Please, Mr. President-elect, can we have a dignified, uniting conversation? That's not going to happen. And I think that people are right. This is about ratings. This is about them realizing that their echo chamber is extraordinarily shallow. It's extraordinarily small. You've got a few really loud people, and they realize that they are clearly on the wrong side of history. The president-elect saying that he feels he has an obligation to the American public and to our country itself to be open and available to the press. No, he's not going to jail his political opponents. He says if not treated fairly, however, that will end, Donald Trump says. The media is very important to the long-term success of the United States of America. Is it? Can I ask this question? Is Joe and Mika really important to the future long-term success of America? I mean, I would admit that a free press is, but somebody might want to tell Joe and Mika's party, the Democrats. The other thing about, specifically Joe, is that he was a Republican. Then he apparently hooks up with Mika. He becomes this flaming liberal. And now he's going crawling back to Donald Trump after 7 years. He realized, I think, that when he got to MSNBC, and we've talked about this before, friends, where they realized that, all right, it's great to be a Republican, but there's a sort of like a niche where you can become, a Trump-hating Republican or a liberal, whatever it is that he is, and make a lot of flipping money doing it. You absolutely can. Just ask George Conway. Yeah, Kellyanne Conway's husband, George Conway. And so, you look at people like that, and they have no real relative value to anyone unless they're Republicans hating on Donald Trump. And so some of these folks made a lot of money doing it. John Bolton is another one. John Kelly is another one. I mean, I could go down the list of all of these Trump-hating Republicans who are, Liz Cheney is another one, who they are absolutely irrelevant unless they're hating on Donald Trump. And this election was a repudiation of all of those folks and people like Joe Scarborough, who seems to be a chameleon. He changes with the wind. And so they were BSing. They've been BSing their way through the last 7 or 8 years of, presidential coverage, saying Donald Trump is all of these awful things, when in reality, they didn't believe any of it. 523, Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, want to tell more rack jokes in your newscast?
No, I'll think of something later, yeah.
Okay.
Something pithy.
Hey, no, we have to do that again, though, when Chris Hand is here.
Okay.
So we'll have to, recreate that magical moment where,
It never sounds like it was
original. I know, it's hard to recreate those moments.
But we'll try.
We'll absolutely try.
We'll get a guffaw out of him.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's hard to get guffaws out of.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe the problem might lie with us.
It's our delivery.
It's our guffaws. Anyway, moving right along. Go ahead.
Hey, what President Trump plans to do about immigration on day one. We'll tell you what's coming up. Also, what to do about kids with head lice. There's one school system that wants to make a change. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning. It's 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast and traffic coming up. President-elect Donald Trump confirmed he will declare a national emergency once he takes office and use the military to help carry out his plans for mass deportations of undocumented immigrants.
President-elect Donald Trump's new pick for border czar Tom Homan saying criminals will be the first to go. Homan says he's heading down to Mar-a-Lago this week to put the, quote, final touches on a plan, but acknowledges there are many unanswered questions about how Trump's policy will actually work, including how much it will cost.
That's ABC's Mary Bruce reporting from West Palm Beach. Locally, police are working to find out who has been threatening a mass shooting at Antioch High School. They say someone threatened to shoot up the school in a social media post on Sunday, and then someone called police on Monday to report a shooting at the school, but it turned out to be a hoax. There is a larger police presence at the school this week. Williamson County's school board has delayed a decision on changing its policy on head lice. Right now, students are required to be picked up as soon as possible when head lice are discovered, but some board members want those students to finish out the day, and then they would be required to get treatment before returning to school. Superintendent Jason Golden.
But it deserves some additional discussion. So we thought it was wise as well to spend some more time discussing that. And we want to make sure, especially within that context of pediculosis or head lice, that we honor our family's need to not allow that to spread while still respecting every individual student's privacy.
Now that issue goes before a committee this week. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Are the relatives coming to your home for Thanksgiving dinner? Let my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling help you by ensuring that your home is in-law and relative ready. Busy Bee has a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $69.95. Now, this system offers a great balance of energy, efficiency, performance, and a year-round comfort for residential homes. How about a $750 off of an upright tanked water heater with circulation kit, or a free package upgrade for air duct cleaning? Bottom line here, friends, is Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Whether it's this month, last month, or next month, they are always looking for ways to save you money. Now, I'm a Beehive member. I have been for many years. If you are a Beehive member like me, or you want to join, then you can give a free Beehive membership to the in-laws. Yes, if you're already a Beehive member or you join right now, you qualify for the additional membership for the in-laws. Bringing families together the Busy Bee way with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling for satisfaction guaranteed. Call Busy Bee HVAC. They are your Rude Pro partner. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Couple of trouble spots now. We've got a crash in Laverne, 24 eastbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard, and then another one on Old Hickory Boulevard, but this is in Hermitage. It's right at I-40 East. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$5:37. Nashville's morning news. All right, so you caught me doing, John, you got to start waving your arms when it's time for me to come back. So I was planning a radio bit, which clearly isn't going to happen. But Joan, you're talking about lice. It's a gang of three. Joan, you're talking about lice?
Yeah.
So let's be honest. Which of us had lice as a kid? Joan, you ever have lice?
I did not, but my daughter did.
Okay, no shame, no judgment.
Yeah.
Johnny?
No, I did not.
All right, so I did.
Did you really?
I remember when I was a kid, and I forget how old I was, but my head was I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. And I was in school, and I'm doing the whole, itching my head thing, scratching my head. And it was like at my school, when the teacher realized that I was scratching my head.
You were out of there.
It was like, it's like the lice alarm starts going off.
The lice police.
The lice police. And I was quickly escorted out of the room.
Right to the nurse's office.
Down into the nurse's office, and nobody wanted anything to do with me. It's like they put me in a broom closet until my mom, who was a nurse and horrified, came in, and I had to have that special shampoo.
Yeah.
And I remember standing on a chair over the sink in that little townhouse in Diamond Bar, and her getting all the lice out of me, and I'm like, am I like a dog with fleas, Mom? And I started scratching like a dog. I remember all of this. And she was absolutely horrified. And I bet, Joan, when your kids had lice, when your daughter did, I bet you were horrified as well.
Oh, you really are. And the worst part with her is I've never met anyone with thicker hair than my daughter. She has the thickest hair I have ever seen. And it's not like that it's the hair itself is thick. She has so much hair. So trying to get through all of that hair to find the lice was, right. I can't even tell you.
Well, and it's extremely contagious. So I don't understand why there's some people in the state legislature that want them to stay in school.
It's Williamson County only. It's not the state legislature, so it's Williamson County. Yeah, right. They think it's a better idea that they let the kids finish out the school day, and then...
That makes no sense whatsoever.
But part of this now, it doesn't make any sense, but I can tell you that part of this is that they don't want the children to feel ostracized.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's why that's dumb.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you're a kid and you're itching your head, then everybody's going to know that you've got lice and you're going to be ostracized even more.
Yeah.
Like that kid's going to probably, you know how kids are. They're going to be picked on for, days on end, weeks on end, because the perception is that when you have lice, it's like you're dirty. But you're not. I mean, lice, they stick to clean hair and all that, I guess. I don't really know the idiosyncrasies of lice, but what I know is that if you're sitting there and you're scratching your head incessantly, people are going to know that you have lice and you are going to be ostracized. Why not just very discreetly, if you see the kid suffering, send them down to the nurse's office discreetly?
Yeah, and then send them home. Let them get over it.
That's exactly right.
You don't have to announce it on the
Right.
the school speaker.
Right. It's not going to be one of the morning announcements.
No.
Right?
It shouldn't
and then,
be.
And then how annoyed are you going to be when your kid gets liced because some other kid was allowed to stay in school because they didn't want to be ostracized?
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense.
No sense at all.
Well, that's today,
Well, that's Williamson County.
Yeah.
I mean, Williamson County, they got a lot of funky stuff.
Well, it's gone very,
Really?
very good, very gone liberal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Joe.
Which is odd.
I mean, I don't want to
Right,
go down road of school boards, but,
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it just...
It sounds like it's an idea that had some legs, and now they're rethinking it because they sort of pushed off the vote on this. They decided they're going to take it to committee instead.
Oh, it's been parked
everything
in
dies
committee.
in committee. Yeah. Yeah.
It's been parked in committee.
I always felt sorry for kids that had lice because not only having the lice, but also the name of that shampoo you had to use. What was it? Knit?
Yeah.
N-I-T?
Smells terrible.
It did. I remember the smell, Joan.
Yes.
It was, I can't even describe it. You know how your memories,
Yeah.
oftentimes the smell is really memorable. And I remember the smell. I can't describe the smell.
Here, I'll fix that for you. Ready?
Sure.
Bacon.
Bacon?
Yeah, think about bacon. Now you get rid of the knit smell.
Oh, got it.
There you
See?
go.
I'm thinking the knits didn't smell like bacon. I
No,
can assure you.
I'm trying to get you to smell bacon in your mind.
Oh, you don't have to try that hard. I've always got bacon on my mind. You guys see the latest Joe Biden? I feel like, a year ago called and they want their topic back. But have you seen the latest Joe Biden video?
I did hear a video of him.
All right, so Joe Biden is in Brazil, and I guess he's in the rainforest. No, I'm serious. It's so funny. That's like leading into a joke. Joe Biden is in Brazil in the rainforest.
Looking for Uncle
History is
Bosie.
literally watching us now. So let's preserve this secret place for our time and forever, for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you very, very much.
Golf clap. But then at this point, he turns around and he starts walking into the rainforest. And people are like, where the hell is he going? He's walking, there's nothing behind him.
And he sounded better there than he has in the past.
Well, maybe he's had some sleep, but it's also funny because he got the and the little golf clap, and he kind of gives a meek little wave, and he turns around, and I kid you not, he starts walking into the rainforest, and there's nothing back there but like trees and bushes and
anacondas.
Oh my goodness!
And so, he just kind of
American president swallowed whole,
and then he just kind of stops, and he's like, I think even he realized, where the hell am I going? And he usually he'll go left or right. He may fall down the stairs, but he knows to go left or right. He just turns around and just walks straight behind him. It's the bizarrest thing.
Into the rainforest.
He also missed an opportunity of photo op, right?
So there's something, I'm not sure what that story is, but yes, I saw it in passing, where there's a lot of these leaders that are together, and they couldn't find him. They couldn't find Biden. I guess he was like, if somebody has that audio, send it to me on the super text line, because there are people that are watching all of this, and they can't find Joe Biden. You got all these leaders, and they're screaming, wait for Joe, wait for Joe. And I guess he's like back there behind a palm tree.
I had to go.
And so
a U.S. official who spoke on the condition of anonymity says that due to logistical issues, they took the photo early before all the leaders had arrived. So a number of leaders weren't actually there,
including Joe. I wonder how many. I wonder how many leaders though were not there. Like, was it just Biden, or was it some of the
Well, it was the G20, and it says other world leaders, including Chinese President Xi Jinping, India's Prime Minister, the French President. They were all there. He was the only one.
You know what I saw on the video? Some smirking. When people were saying...
Of the other world leaders?
they were smirking at Biden. When people are screaming, wait for Joe. And he's back there, 50 yards away behind a palm tree, probably
America is
looking for the
so
rainforest.
Not well represented.
Either that or he had to go.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
It's like, no, Joe, there's a schoolhouse right here.
Yeah, but I had to go. I'm old.
When you reach a certain age, man, when it happens, it happens.
Yes, when nature calls, you better run.
Like when he was, where was that? Where they escorted him off of the stage, and the rumor was that he went poopy in his pants. Johnny, you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Gosh,
and the
we
French
had fun.
president, the French president's look on his face.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Jill was like, exit stage right, man. We got to go.
Well, and she was covering her nose, so it made you believe he really did.
And didn't it also happen at the Vatican?
I don't know. Was it the Vatican? Maybe it was the Vatican. I don't remember.
I don't either.
Hey, you guys know how we always have fun with the wasteful spending, and that's become a lot more prevalent these days. And so the videos come out of, Rand Paul or some of these other folks, and they're talking about all of the wasteful spending. Well, there's another one this morning.
Gin to a sunfish versus tequila, which would make the sunfish more aggressive?
All right, so they spent $100,000 to see which would make a sunfish more aggressive, gin or tequila. Now, Joan, I think of the three of us, there's one person that could answer that question. Johnny?
Me?
Yeah, Johnny.
Do you know what annoys me about these things?
I'd say either one would make the sunfish aggressive.
Are sunfish typically aggressive? I don't even know.
If they're drunk.
But why? I know. When I get drunk, I get silly and loopy and happy.
Yeah, I get happy.
Yeah. Amy got me so drunk one night that I could not get off the couch. She and a friend came over. And so I think that they secretly wanted to, get me out of the way so that they could have girl time and talk. And the time she was a smoker, so should they go out there and have fun out on the balcony and smoke and all that. So she just got me all drunk. I was so drunk. They said to me, this is an ongoing joke in my house, that they said, lay on the couch and because I was dizzy and I thought I was going to vomit. She said, sit on the couch, lay on the couch and put one foot on the floor. And that'll make you stop being dizzy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you learned that in college.
It didn't work.
It didn't work?
No.
You must have been really drunk.
I'm like, I'm still dizzy. And they're just laughing at me. Anyway, but what annoys me is that they didn't tell you $100,000 was spent and they didn't tell you which makes a sunfish more aggressive, gin or...
They didn't tell us?
No, that's the thing that's annoying is you hear all these things, you never know, because I am genuinely curious. And why I'm curious, I don't know. Here's another one.
Nearly $1 million spent studying whether or not Japanese quail, if you give them cocaine, whether or not they're more sexually promiscuous.
Oh, my gosh.
Johnny?
I'd say they probably are.
Listen, Joan, all I'm doing is I'm asking for Johnny's personal experience.
Don't give cocaine to a buck, to a deer.
No.
Why, Johnny?
Well, because then you will have them out in front of your car.
I see.
Yeah. And they'll be very frantic.
All right. Now, oh, no, never mind.
And it has nothing to do with the rack?
Well, it has everything to do with the rack, Joan.
I see. Okay.
Johnny speaks the truth. It's always about the rack to men. Moving right along.
I didn't say that, but
okay. Apparently I did. Moving right along.
Was it one small step for man, or was it one small step for a man? And in the end, $750,000 later, they couldn't decide.
Did you know that's a thing, Joan and Johnny?
What?
Did you know that that's a thing? They can't figure out whether Neil Armstrong said that's one small step for man or one small step for a man. And I don't know, you folks decide.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Now,
he said man.
Neil Armstrong swears that he said a man.
He did not. I could hear it.
Here's what I think. You notice the big pause between the two statements?
That's one small step for man, one athlete for mankind.
You think that big long pause was him realizing that he shanked the line?
Probably.
Because he swallowed the A and he's like, damn, should I like try it again?
He probably had some tequila and cocaine.
Maybe he did.
Well, he was leaping all over the moon.
He's
taking a giant leap for mankind.
He swears that he said amen.
Well, he did not. I hate to inform him.
The muffled recordings from the moon landing make it sound like Armstrong said, one small step for man, but there are several reasons they say to believe that he actually did say one small step for a man. Here's what they say. You ready? Intentional humility. Armstrong was likely trying to be humble, and the context of his speech supports this. Fuzzy recording. The recording was fuzzy, and it would have been easy for listeners to exclude the A, software analysis. A computer programmer used software that disables people to communicate using the impulses instead, and they detected somehow the missing A. I don't know how.
Yeah, that sounds a little
And
far-fetched.
they also looked at speaking patterns. A study of the speaking patterns of Central Ohioans like Armstrong found that they tend to leave out words like for and a. That $750,000.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I think he realized that big long pause. I think that was him realizing he screwed up the line. Because he gave his brother a note months before the landing, and it had a man on it. That's what he was going to say. One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind.
See, I never thought about it because that was the 60s, and people talked like that then. They didn't specify. I mean, if they were talking about humans, they would say for man.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say a man.
Well,
or a woman.
Well, these days, he would be canceled because he said man.
Would.
And
yes.
of course, that is,
That's wrong.
Can't do that.
Person. One small step for
people kind.
People kind.
That's what it is. People kind.
Person kinds.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
5:53 on Nashville's. Went
But
all over the place.
What about our fur babies?
What? Fur babies?
Yeah, what about our fur babies?
Oh,
You're not including them.
The Furbies.
I'm talking about dogs. Man.
Oh, dogs.
Pets,
And what about those that identify as cats? We got to represent everyone.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, coming up in the news, we'll tell you what Democrats are gunning for to stop one of President Trump's nominees. Also, we'll tell you what one state representative wants for your kids in school, and you are going to have to pay for it.
Let the kids with lice go home, by the way.
They
Please
should go home.
Let's start. Let's end where we began. Let the kids go home
Put a
with
circle
lice.
around them.
That's
Get
exactly
them out of the
right.
classroom.
Yes.
These stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got some spotty rain showers out there this morning. It's 66 degrees. Stick around for the full forecast still to come. Well, it appears the House Ethics Committee will vote later this week on whether to release the findings from its investigation of former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. He had been accused of sex trafficking and drug use. He was never charged, though, by police, but Democrats want the congressional report released now that he's been nominated to become Attorney General.
I believe there will be a unanimous Democratic consensus that it should be released. I'm not, look, people can change their minds and that kind of thing, so I wouldn't take that to the bank.
That's Democrat Congresswoman Susan Wild of Pennsylvania. She wants it released. A spokesman for the Trump transition team tells the Washington Post that Trump stands behind his selection of Gaetz. Meantime, Trump has nominated former Congressman Sean Duffy of Wisconsin to become the next Secretary of Transportation. Duffy was also a Fox News contributor. While in Congress for nearly 9 years, Duffy helped to advocate for fiscal responsibility, economic growth, and rural development. One state representative wants every school in Tennessee to start providing free breakfast and lunch to every student. Democrat Representative John Ray Clemens' bill says that the state would reimburse schools after the schools used all their federal resources to pay for it. If passed, the free meals would be available in schools next year. Today, Metro Police will be asking city leaders for permission to apply for state money to put toward a full-time school resource officer in every K through high school public school in Nashville. The grant totals just under $4 million. The Public Health and Safety Committee will review that request. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures were lower this morning as investors awaited key earnings reports. On Monday, the Dow Jones slipped 55 points to close at 43,389, while the S&P gained 0.4%. The Nasdaq picked up 0.6. Among companies opening their books today is Walmart. The world's largest retailer is expected to report quarterly revenue of $167 billion, which would be a 4.2% increase from the same quarter last year. Federal safety officials are studying reports of problems with the repairs done on Ford vehicles under two separate recalls. The automaker was hit with a $165 million fine for failing to move fast enough to fix issues with faulty backup cameras. And a sandwich shop that opened on the Jersey Shore 70 years ago and has grown into a national chain may soon have a new owner. Buyout firm Blackstone is said to be close to purchasing Jersey Mike's, including its debt, for $8 billion.
Stock futures this morning, all pointing down. We've got the Dow futures down 255, NASDAQ futures minus 60, and S&P futures minus 26 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, watch it now. We've got some accidents occurring as the rain begins to fall. Whites Creek, Briley Parkway westbound at Clarksville Pike. That's exit 21. A crash reported there. Also in Laverne, 24 in the eastbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard South. That's exit 62. A crash blocking the Gore. We've got traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Tuesday, November 19th. Hope you're doing well. Dan Mandis here indeed, along with Johnny B. Jones, you were talking about in your news, John Ray Clemens.
Yes.
Democrat.
Yes.
And what does he want to do? He wants to give all kids free breakfast and free, what was it?
Free breakfast and free lunch at every school in Tennessee.
So there's two things that jump out at me automatically. Number one is, when is it my job to pay for everybody else's kids to eat? And that may seem heartless. And I understand that. But it's not the taxpayer's responsibility to feed everybody else's kids, right?
Yeah.
That's number one. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think that I am. But number two, that's not really healthy. Like school lunches and school breakfasts, they're just not healthy. And I understand that, they're going to be eating at this school anyway. But, I think a lot of parents try to get their kids to avoid eating the school lunches by sending a paper sack lunch or whatever, because that's going to be a lot healthier than the goop that they get in the school cafeteria. At least I think. I remember when I was in school, the lunch was terrible. And every time I either open the phones or people talk about school lunches these days, they're awful. So I don't know if we want to encourage our youngins eating free lunches from the school because, quite frankly, they're unhealthy. I'd rather have my kid go to school with something healthier, whatever that might be.
But, before I started working here, I was substitute teaching at a little school in Coffee County. And this school only went to, I think, the 5th grade, and they offered free breakfast. And I don't know about lunch, but breakfast was free for every kid.
Yeah.
And so they would come in the morning, like the families would drop them off earlier than they normally would so that they could get their free breakfast. So it's more time away from the family, and it becomes the responsibility of the schools to take care of your kids.
Right. I don't like the state. Number one, it's not the state's responsibility to feed children. Number two, I don't think all these kids are going to be starving if all the state is paying for their lunches. People can afford, by and large, to pay for their kids' lunches at school. I know that I can. Amy and I can. If Riker wants to, eat lunch at school, which he generally brings his lunch, but except on pizza day, that's the one time when he wants to eat lunch at school. But, people can afford to buy their kids lunch. And by the way, if they have financial struggles, if they're, poverty rate, whatever that is, then the state does step in. And I understand that. But for every kid?
So who is John Ray Clemens?
He's a Democrat.
Oh, yeah. But who is he to say that I should and you should pony up more money to pay for everybody's free meals twice a day?
Here's the other thing. Is that you're going to have, they're talking about every kid. So every family. So there's going to be families that make a, really good living that are sending their kids to public school. And so somebody who does not make a good living is having to pay for the food of the richer families.
Yes.
It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
But he's a Democrat. And that's what Democrats do.
They spend your money.
It's just dumb. Speaking of which, have you seen that there is going to be, this is not a gleeful moment for yours truly, but have you seen that the DNC is now having massive layoffs?
Oh.
They are.
I did not see that.
The DNC, they have laid off a whole bunch of people with no notice whatsoever. And so people in the parties, you can imagine, they're really angry. A betrayal of party values. DNC staff union is now announcing staff layoffs.
Hang on, there's a union?
Oh, of course there's union. It's the DNC. The Democrat National Committee is facing the fallout of callous and short-sighted mismanagement by senior leadership. Starting Wednesday night, permanent employees were notified of their termination, effective on Friday. I guess this happened last week. Effective on Friday, with no severance.
Wow.
And no heads up, no notification.
Happy holidays, everyone.
It's almost like they work in radio.
You know, I was thinking the same thing.
Let's be honest. We were all thinking it.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
There's certain radio groups that really love to fire people right before the holidays. It's not this one, by the way. We don't do it every year. So anyway, moving right along. So that brings this kind of a story into focus even more. Kamala Harris, this was big in the news yesterday. I'm only going to mention this in passing. Kamala Harris campaign, they paid Oprah Winfrey not $1 million, but $2.5 million.
Whoa!
For that celeb-packed town hall.
Well, there goes the staff right there.
Yeah.
Over double the initial estimate. This is the thing about Kamala Harris, and I'm not going to go backwards, but this is the thing about Kamala Harris's campaign, is that it was so incredibly mismanaged. And here's the deal. This is not only Kamala Harris. This is Barack Obama. This is the DNC party, the leadership. This is all the people that were in charge. And they mismanaged the money to the point, as everyone knows, they had $1 billion going in. They also had all of that free advertising from the network news, the television, all that kind of stuff with that fawning, glowing coverage of Kamala Harris, not to mention the negative coverage of Donald Trump. They had $1 billion in donations, and they ended with a losing campaign and $20 million in the hole.
Just think what they would have done with your tax dollars.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about dodging a bullet. They say, and this is from the New York Post, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign shelled out nearly $2.5 million to Oprah Winfrey's production company for the celeb-packed town hall that it hosted. Again, more than double the initial estimate reported. Okay, so am I wrong? I don't remember. Do political campaigns, is this something that's always happened where they literally pay for town halls? I mean, I thought town halls were supposed to be something that was news.
Yeah, organic.
Organic, as opposed to, you know, as I said during the campaign, places, everybody, we're going to do our fake town hall where what it really is, it was an infomercial. That's what it was.
Here's your check, Oprah.
Is that what she meant when she said, they didn't pay me $1 million for that?
It was $2 million.
Because they paid $2 million.
That's 2.5.
2.5, yes.
No wonder she felt joy.
That's exactly right. She pocketed all that money. Her production company pocketed all that money. And now the DNC is having to lay people off. I'm going to unfortunately do this a little bit out of order. I need some audio, Johnny. I love what Charles Barkley has said. Did you hear what Charles Barkley said, you know, like the basketball players?
And I just want to say this to the Democrats. Do me this favor. Shut the up. When you win, you get to say what you want to. When you lose, you need to shut the hell up.
I mean, he's absolutely right. He is absolutely right. All across the media these days, you see, especially on MSNBC, not on Joe and Mika, but you see all of these people complaining about Donald Trump, complaining about the cabinet picks and all these other things about Donald Trump. And Charles Barkley is absolutely right when he says, shut the heck up. You lost. Losers have to be quiet and go sit in the corner while the adults in the room go about the process of running the country. That's what needs to happen. And they are the ones that literally have bankrupted their own party. I'm sorry. See, I told myself I didn't want to gloat. But there are moments where it's just like, are you kidding me? Really? $1 billion turns into $20 million in debt. The DNC is now having to lay off a whole bunch of people. The Democrat Party has absolutely no room to talk about Donald Trump, who accomplished far more with far less resources. He ran an incredible campaign. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. (6:17) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. There is a lot of news going on. Real quickly, there's been a lot of discussion regarding that Senate race in Pennsylvania. It is now over. You had a lot of calls for recounts and everything else. This is the case where Republican Bob McCormick, he was running against three-term Democrat Bob Casey. And it was really close. And you had all of these folks on the left demanding a recount. And, of course, there were all these worries amongst the Republicans about hijinks and shenanigans. And, of course, I'm one of them. Because we've all been watching this because while we do have a nice lead in the Senate, of course, the Democrats are fighting for every single seat. Well, now they've decided it went up to the state Supreme Court there in Pennsylvania. The state Supreme Court has said, no, we're done. The vote stands, and David McCormick is now the new senator for the state of Pennsylvania. So this is a huge win, obviously, for the Democrats. I should say for the Republicans. Even Josh Shapiro, the governor, and a rising star in the Democrat Party, has said, no, we will actually respect the vote of the people of Pennsylvania. No recounts. I think the reason why Shapiro is doing that is because he doesn't want to be called, like they've been saying about Donald Trump for the last 4 years. He doesn't want to be called an insurrectionist. He doesn't want to be called an election denier and the rest of that nonsense, like they've been saying about Donald Trump. They say the state's high court, Pennsylvania, initially ruled on November 1st that mail-in ballots without formally required signatures or dates should not be counted. Stop me when you've heard this before. You got all of these mail-in ballots, and they were coming in late. They didn't have the required signatures or so forth and so on. So there's a lot of mistakes with these ballots. And so the Democrats, of course, we know how they are. They wanted those votes to count, even though that would be breaking the rules. The Republicans came in, as they should. The Republicans came in, lawsuits blazing, and they said, absolutely not. It went up to the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, not once, but twice. And finally, Shapiro came out and he said, enough. We lost the Senate seat. We lost the presidential. This is on us. And that's what's going on in the Democrat Party right now. So now they are faced with, cutbacks at the DNC and, having a Senate that is ruled by the Republicans by, I think it's six seats. They say Monday's ruling came amid a slew of lawsuits filed by Republican Party officials in the midst of an aggressive Senate recount effort following the narrow victory by McCormick. Monday's ruling came. And, of course, you're now going to have the Democrats, and they're going to be crying all the way. But here's the deal. Elections have consequences. And the way that the Democrats ran their presidential campaign, I don't know how the campaign was run in Pennsylvania. But obviously, we know that because the the presidential campaign was run so poorly, that's what happened to the down ballot races. Kamala Harris was a really, really bad candidate. So that means the Senate majority is now 53 to 47-6. And I think that is, 53 to 47. That is 6. That's right. John Thune is the incoming majority leader in the Senate. He had said a lot of things about Trump we all know about. But Trump and Thune, both of them, I think they've just decided, obviously, clearly, to bury the hatchet. And I think that is really smart. Thune said this the other day.
We have a mandate from the American people, a mandate not only to clean up the mess left by the Biden-Harris-Schumer agenda, but also to deliver on President Trump's priorities.
And there's a lot of priorities, and we've been reporting on a lot of them. One of the president's biggest priorities right now is filling out that cabinet. Lots of debate over Matt Gaetz and whether he will be confirmed as Attorney General. I think that by and large, there's a lot of people, including some conservatives, who have a problem with Matt Gaetz. Thune has come out and said that he is open to these recess appointments. Mike Johnson has said that he is open, Speaker of the House, is also open to those appointments as well, the recess appointments as well. That is going to be by far the path of least resistance for Donald Trump and also for Matt Gaetz. We'll have to see eventually what happens. That is going to be interesting to watch. But, right now, the Democrats and Republicans, the daggers are out, man, for Matt Gaetz. And there's some disturbing allegations that we're going to talk about. I don't think they're new allegations, but CNN, MSNBC, and a lot of the mainstream media all over these allegations against Matt Gaetz. We'll talk about that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. 622, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Dan, Nashville police have returned fire on a guy who was shooting at them this morning. We'll tell you how that ended. Also, a stabbing spree on the streets of Manhattan yesterday. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 622, Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators. Now, if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is your time to do it. When the power goes out and everybody else is in the dark, your power is going to be kept on by one of these backup home standby generators from my friends at Cove Generators. They've got a great deal right now. They are offering you a free 10-year warranty. I'm going to repeat that, a free 10-year warranty from Cove Generators. That is well over $1,000 value. Plus, they've got great financing options for you as well. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators. Never lose power again. Here's their phone number. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. They are there to answer all of your questions. You can find them online at covegenerators.com. They can also service your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com. Hey, everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly. who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
.628 Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7. So Matt Gaetz, President-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department, according to the accusations this morning, paid a woman for sex at a party in Florida where prostitution is illegal. While Gaetz was a member of the House, the woman's attorney said in an interview with NBC News, Joel Leppard said the woman says she also saw Gaetz having sex with her friend who was 17 at the time. Now, can I just ask this question? If this has been going on, if all of these accusations are out there, why hasn't he been arrested? Especially with Merrick Garland as the Attorney General. Are you kidding? He has been denying these allegations for a long time. So I feel like with the Democrats, what they need to do is they need to put up or shut up. I mean, that's the bottom line. Show us your evidence. You've got these two women who are remaining anonymous, of course. And Matt Gaetz, now that he is, up for the Attorney General's office, you've got the daggers coming out, and they're bringing up all this stuff. There's also this report that the Ethics Committee has done, the bipartisan Ethics Committee, that is supposed to be very damning. And so I think part of what's going on is they're bringing up all of these allegations, because what they're trying to do is not only smear Matt Gaetz, but they're also trying to smear Donald Trump and the incoming administration. So that's part of what is going on. But you know what? For me, I think that if there's some actual evidence there that shows that Gaetz did something untoward, then bring the evidence and bring the charges. But until then, you've just got all this smoke and mirrors, these smoke and mirrors accusations that don't do anything but impugn his character with no evidence. 629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Oh, by the way, did you hear what Chuck Schumer said yesterday? Oh, my Lord, I've got that for you. Straight ahead after the news with Joe and Jones. You know, waking up so early in the morning, that first cup of coffee is always so crucial. So is that second cup, by the way. And for me, I depend on Space Cowboy coffee to get me going. It is my new favorite coffee, and it really does inspire me to get downstairs and start brewing and start prepping. Now, this is a great local company, Space Cowboy Coffee, based in Nashville, and they've got a lot of fans. And right now, if you, my friends, use promo code Dan, you get 10% off and free shipping when you order $50 or more. So take it from the coffee snob. Space Cowboy Coffee is incredible. Now, some folks like their coffee on the medium and lighter side, but me, I am into the darker roast, which means I love their Starstrom and Costa Rican single origin coffees. So if you like the stronger blends, that's what you want to order, Costa Rican or Starstrom. This is a great Nashville company. Get in touch, spacecowboycoffee.com. Use promo code Dan. Again, find them online, spacecowboycoffee.com.
Good morning. It's 6:32. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We've got your forecast and traffic coming up, but want to let you know some breaking news this morning. Ukraine has just fired the first U.S.-made missiles into Russia this morning. Russian state media reporting after the Biden administration has given Kyiv the green light to use those longer-range weapons against targets inside Russia. Again, the first of those missiles has now been fired from Ukraine into Russia. Local news, Nashville police involved in a shooting at J.C. Napier Homes in South Nashville early this morning. They tell Channel 4 that they had been searching for a 21-year-old man since last week when he reportedly beat up his girlfriend.
So last Thursday, arrest warrants were issued against the man, charging him with false imprisonment and domestic assault. The victim at that point also took out an order of protection against the individual, but he has been in the wind since. We had been unable to locate him.
Well, that girlfriend called police just after midnight to say he was trying to break into her house. And when police arrived, the man shot at them. They returned fire. That man was struck in the leg and the buttocks. He's under arrest this morning. No injuries for police. In Manhattan on Monday, a man went on a stabbing spree, killing 3 people before police were able to capture him.
The suspect, 51-year-old Ramon Rivera, is homeless with 8 prior arrests in the city. Police say his first victim was a man working at a construction site. 2 hours later, police say he attacked his second victim across town, a 68-year-old man who was fishing. Then shortly before 11 a.m., the third victim, a woman standing on the street.
That's ABC's Rhiannon Alley. The New York Post reports a judge had released that man ahead of a court date, even though prosecutors had requested bail. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Jones. 634, Dan Mandis here. Big news for my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time, because at DT McCall's, right now, gun safes are sales tax free from DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty safe dealer in the state of Tennessee because they've got free delivery and free setup. Not only, of course, for their safes, but for everything that you can buy online or in store. And they'll deliver it, again, for free, and they'll haul away the old stuff. Now, as far as the gun safes go, other places going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in the bigger models and $300 in the smaller models, but not at DT McCall's. DT McCall & Sons deliver every safe for free every time, period, and no setup charge either. Find them online, dtmccalls.com. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Got an accident this morning in Laverne. This is on the 24 westbound lanes at Waldron Road, exit 64. And that accident is blocking off the HOV lanes. And you can be sure that folks are taking a look at what's happening, and traffic is slow in that area. Also in Laverne, in the eastbound lanes of 24 at Old Hickory Boulevard, south exit 62, a crash that is blocking the Gore. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. One of these super texters has given me some sage advice. 5300. Calm down, Dan. Hold your breath and count to 10. Was I a little too passionate in my discussions of the news of the day this morning? I don't believe that I have been. I just love my job so much that perhaps maybe I get a little excited about things, that's all.
A little passionate,
but you know what? And somebody else said, geez, Dan, have a 37th cup of Space Cowboy coffee. So have I been overexcited this morning? I don't know.
Did your voice raise up and become shrill?
Does. It always does that,
yes,
Joan.
I know.
3210, regarding Matt Gaetz and the accusation. The woman who noticed he was, supposedly, having sex with her 17-year-old friend, she is a mandated reporter of abuse in the state of Florida and failed to protect a minor if that were going on. What a great point. And 3210 is a first-time texter out of Murfreesboro. And that's a great point. So CNN, I don't know if you guys are on CNN, but they are all over this story this morning about Matt Gaetz. And so I was telling you right before the break, Matt Gaetz, President-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department, paid a woman, they say, for sex at a party in Florida way back when, where prostitution is illegal. While Gaetz was a member of the House of Representatives, the woman's attorney said in an interview with NBC News, Joel Leppard says the woman says that she also, again, saw Gaetz having sex with her friend, who was 17, at the same invitation-only party in Orlando back in 2017. So, again, I'm just going to keep asking the same question, then I'm going to move on. Okay, so where's the proof and where's the evidence? I mean, don't forget that this is standard operating procedure for the Democrats. Now, I do understand that there are people out there that have said that Matt Gaetz, there's a little bit of a creep factor there. I don't know. I met the man once. But I'm sorry. Joe Biden showered with his daughter inappropriately, according to her diary. So I don't know what to tell you. Heck, there's more evidence against, Joe Biden doing that than Matt Gaetz. I mean, these are basically anonymous accusations. Basically, you had with Brett Kavanaugh, and when I say this is what the Democrats do, this is what the Democrats do. They did it to Brett Kavanaugh. Where all of a sudden this woman just comes out of nowhere and says, oh yeah, 37 years ago, or whatever it was. he did all this. And when those accusations didn't stick, then all of a sudden, all these other women start coming forward with all of these very scurrilous accusations with not a shred of evidence. The Department of Justice didn't come out with any actual charges against Matt Gaetz. Now, I understand if you don't like Matt Gaetz, if you're a Republican and you didn't like the whole food fight in the House of Representatives between Matt Gaetz and Kevin McCarthy over the speakership, okay, whatever. But apparently now part of the news cycle today is Donald Trump is personally calling senators trying to push Gaetz through. But here's the deal, is that one way or another, he's either going to face the questions in a confirmation hearing or he's going to get pushed through with a recess appointment. But either way, it's got to get done. And if he has to go through confirmation hearings, then it's just going to be, his name is going to be slandered. He is going to be dragged through the mud like you wouldn't believe. But that's what the Democrats do. John Thune said this the other day.
We have a mandate from the American people, a mandate not only to clean up the mess left by the Biden-Harris-Schumer agenda, but also to deliver on President Trump's priorities.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you've actually heard what the Democrats tried to do last night. I can't really blame them. This is what they do. They're trying to stack and approve a bunch of judicial confirmation votes ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. They know that their time is up. And so it makes sense for them to try and jam as many of these judges in as possible. But the Republicans, as they should, are slow walking all of those nominations. Two sources familiar telling Fox News Digital that the plan to slow down the Senate was spearheaded by Senate Minority Whip John Thune, who's going to be the incoming leader for the Senate, replacing Mitch McConnell. He says his quote, if Senator Schumer thought Senate Republicans would just roll over and allow him to quickly confirm multiple Biden-appointed judges to lifetime jobs in the final weeks of the Democrat majority, he thought wrong. Thune telling Fox News Digital in an exclusive statement. I get, you know, my question, what the heck have the Democrats been doing? I mean, it doesn't make any sense for them to try to jam all of this through now. They know that they're going to be blocked. By the way, this audio from Chuck Schumer, OMG and LOL.
Another closely contested election now comes to an end. To my Republican colleagues, I offer a word of caution in good faith. Take care not to misread the will of the people, and do not abandon the need for bipartisanship. After winning an election, the temptation may be to go to the extreme. We've seen that happen over the decades, and it's consistently backfired on the party in power.
Chuck Schumer is asking for bipartisanship. I really meant it when I said OMG and LOL.
So instead of going to the extremes, I remind my colleagues that this body is most effective when it's bipartisan.
Okay, Chuck. Got it.
And a close election.
It really wasn't close.
No.
I've got more on that straight ahead. 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Rain today, high of 70. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So Chuck Schumer is calling for bipartisanship now that he is in the minority. And part of that soundbite was he said, oh, this was a really close election. No, I'm not so sure that it was. This is USA Today political reporter Rebecca Marin.
So Donald Trump still received a large, white male support, but we saw him kind of peel away a couple of key groups from Democrats. And we saw Donald Trump peel away some black men from key states in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan. There was much more Latino men this time around, more than half. supporting Donald Trump than we saw in 2020. He focused a lot on the economy. He focused a lot on rising prices. That is something that we saw almost a complete shift, right? Where more middle class Americans, more lower class, more working class Americans decided to support Donald Trump and the Republicans because their message just resonated better. Donald Trump held his base, but he was able to expand it by appealing to these voters who are more working class, who are living paycheck to paycheck, Latino voters in urban areas, Black men in urban areas, who feel like it's just difficult to live there right now.
I mean, she's absolutely right. I mean, we're reporting a story today. It's in the news today. A guy with 8 priors in New York was allowed free, and he goes on a stabbing spree. So the soft on crime, terrible for the economy policies of the Democrat Party, they're catching up to the Democrats. And so now the Republicans have to go in and fix what the Democrats broke. You just heard what she said about the economy and how it is harder to live in these bigger cities, whether it is crime, whether it is the economy. It's the economy and crime and illegal immigration, all of these issues directly tied to Joe Biden, the Democrats. Former Trump Chief of Staff Reince Priebus was on Hannity last night.
This victory was so overwhelming, so stunning, so much a shock to the entire system. I think the Democrat Party is completely stunned. I think there's a part of the Republican Party that's completely stunned too. And if you look at it, the Democrats only improved in 3 areas. Number one, non-religious people, people who make over $100,000 a year, and people who have graduate degrees. I mean, they lost across the board.
You know, when Biden came into office 4 years ago, one of the things that I said, it was a big, long monologue, and we were all feeling really crappy. And I came on the air, and I said, listen, the Democrats are going to do what the Democrats are going to do, and they're going to do what they do. Focus on things that benefit them as a party and not the American people. And they're going to bring all these woke policies and all of these things that we'll be screaming about for 4 years. But have hope, my friends. I said 4 years ago, have hope. Because they're going to do all these things. They're going to try all these things. And they're going to do all these things that we fear. And that will expose them further. And as they expose themselves as the liberal nutcases they turned out to be, that would be good for our party and America long term. And here we are. Donald Trump in office. So it turns out I was right. The American people saw what the Democrats do, and they voted for Donald Trump. And now Trump has to go in and fix it. But I think the American people have been so incredibly alarmed by what they saw over the last 4 years that I think that the Republicans could be the ruling party, if you will, the party in power for decades to come if they play this right. The Democrats did what they did, as predicted, and the American people, as predicted, turn their backs on them.
The country, by Donald Trump winning the popular vote, said, wait a second, this stuff over here that the Democrats are pushing, it's not normal, it's not acceptable, and we reject it. Whether you're in New Jersey, Minnesota, Wisconsin, or downtown Los Angeles, Donald Trump did better. And that is what the shock to the system is.
So now the president-elect, he needs his cabinet chosen, whether it is Matt Gaetz or Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, or anyone else. The Democrats are just mocking and laughing at Donald Trump's picks. And again, I'll replay the audio of Charles Barkley because he's got a great point.
And I just want to say this to the Democrats. Do me this favor. Shut the up. When you win, you get to say what you want to. When you lose, you need to shut the hell up.
There you go. Charles Barkley, 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I love playing audio from people like Charles Barkley and some other folks on the left who have realized the just horrendous mistakes that their party, not just Kamala Harris, but that their party has made. And Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us in the 7 o'clock hour. After the news at 7, we're going to talk with him about not only these cabinet picks from President-elect Donald Trump, but also what is going on here in America as far as what the American people voted on. 63% of the American people indicate that free speech in America was a very important issue that they voted on. Dan Mandis here for Zero Res. Eternally grateful for these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean and safe for Riker and now my grandson as well. Now, dirty carpets equal sickness. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home, so keep it clean the Zero Res way. You know, the Zero Res difference, of course, means powered water. No soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and pets, and your carpet's going to dry twice as fast. So get your home holiday ready with my friends at Zero Res. They've got the highest approval rating from the Carpet and Rug Institute. They've got thousands of positive Facebook and Google reviews and a big thumbs up from my house. Find them online. A great deal going on right now. Headed into the holidays. 3 rooms for $129. 3 rooms for $129, and you get a free hallway as well when you use promo code FRESH100 to get $100 off of air duct cleaning. 1-800-0-RES. 1-800-0-RES. Restrictions apply. Find them online at ZeroResNashville.com. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTNR. Coming up next after the news, Matthew Hurt is going to join us from Virginia. We're going to talk about all things politics. He is our grassroots political analyst. By the way, there's some news out of Ukraine that we're going to report. Apparently, and I've seen this a couple of different places, but I'm trying to get real good confirmation on it. But apparently, Ukraine and Zelensky, they're now apparently using those missiles that Biden is allowing them to use. We'll talk about that as well. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with the top stories. Want to let you know about a crash in Laverne that's jamming up the 24 westbound lanes. The accident is at 64, but it's stop-and-go traffic from Sam Ridley Parkway up to Waldron Road because of that accident. We've got the forecast, too, and the traffic coming up in just 5 minutes. And we have breaking news this morning that Ukraine has fired its first U.S.-made missiles into Russia this morning. Comes after President Biden agreed to allow Ukraine to do so. CNN is reporting the missiles were shot down by Russian air defenses. Now, this news also comes as we are just learning that Russian President Vladimir Putin changed the rules of engagement involving nuclear weapons, and it appears he made those changes as a response to President Biden's decision to allow Ukraine to use U.S.-made long-range missiles. The new doctrine says any attack on Russia supported by a country with nuclear power could be grounds for a nuclear response. Putin signed that new policy today. It is the 1,000th day of war with Ukraine. Other news, as a recount continues in the Pennsylvania Senate race, Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania is siding with the state's high court. The justices have already ruled and then this week had to reaffirm that incorrectly dated or undated ballots cannot be counted. RNC Chair Michael Watley.
And then Dave McCormick is going to be declared the winner. But it is important, very important, for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to affirm again the basic principle that every one of these counties needs to follow Pennsylvania law.
Him speaking on Fox News, he says a recount has never changed the original outcome in the state of Pennsylvania. A shooting early this morning at a Nashville apartment complex. Police say a 21-year-old man who had been ordered to stay away from his ex-girlfriend's apartment at the J.C. Napier Homes in South Nashville showed up overnight. She called police. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovic is on the scene this morning.
When officers arrived today, they say the suspect fired at them first, then police shot back, hitting him in the leg and the rear as well.
And the officers in that case were not injured. Country singer and songwriter Daryl Worley asking for the public for prayers after his daughter was flown to a Nashville hospital after a wreck over the weekend. Worley left his show in New Mexico when his wife called to tell him about the crash. Their daughter, Savannah, reportedly has a broken leg and bruises. It's not clear if she still is hospitalized. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Laurel Hill, we've got an accident reported at South Mount Juliet Road, south of Stewart's Ferry Pike. That one involves some injuries. Also, Rutledge Hill, a crash on Division Street at 6th Avenue South. And then the westbound lanes of 24. This is in Laverne, a crash that's blocking the right shoulder at Waldron, exit 64. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B. I'm Dan Mandis. Indeed, how are you, friends? It is Tuesday, November 19th. Matthew Hurt is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Matthew, always great to have you on. Let's get right to it. So, President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks, the most controversial one, I think, obviously, is Matt Gaetz. Now, I don't know if you were listening in the previous hour from where you are. I believe you're still in Arlington this morning. But, you know, these are allegations against Matt Gaetz. CNN is all over this. And friends, if you're just joining us, there are allegations that he had, sex with a woman, paid for sex, prostitute. Another one supposedly was 17 years old. All of these scurrilous accusations. But these accusations, Matthew, have been around since 2017. And so I would have just thought that they would put up or shut up.
You're absolutely right, Dan. These accusations have been around. What I can say is here's what we know about the process. Congressman Matt Gaetz has resigned his position, and what that effectively does is it ends any ethics investigation from the House on these allegations. And in the timeline, what we see is Gaetz was elected to another term. So while he currently does not serve in the House, he resigned immediately last week, he could be sworn in again early next year, whenever they swear members of the House in, I think January 3rd or so. And so what this has effectively done is it's a process move where the House Ethics Committee stops the investigation altogether, and over the course of the next several weeks, as we head into December, if it becomes clear that Gaetz is not going to make it through this process, he could essentially return to his House seat with very few consequences. I'm not sure how this is going to play out. This is one of the nominations I think would be the toughest to move through the Senate. Yep. But just from a process standpoint, a little bit of insider D.C. stuff going on here where the ethics investigation is stopped. That doesn't mean the conversation clearly on CNN has not stopped.
Well, and Matthew, if I may, Democrats are still calling for that report to be released.
Yeah, and that is, I would say, that's probably in violation of what House Ethics does.
Well, they don't
and it also stops it for for this term. And so if those ethics complaints came through in this term, they have stopped. And let's say Matt Gaetz doesn't make it into the administration and he returns to the House in January, there would have to be something that would restart that investigation, some allegation that would restart it. But this is certainly an effort to smear this guy.
It's the Brett Kavanaugh treatment.
It certainly is. And between Brett Kavanaugh and Matt Gaetz, there could be a varying degree of legitimacy to these allegations, and this is just another effort to delay who Trump wants in these roles.
All right, so what is your thought of the recess appointments versus going through the confirmation hearings? My worry is that the confirmation hearings, we all know what happened in Trump's first term, where he was not able to hit the ground running because his confirmation hearings took forever. And I believe that they were deliberately slow-walked. And so I understand why he wants to utilize the recess appointments, understanding that it is controversial.
The incoming Trump administration is light years ahead of where they were in 2016. That is very encouraging that they have fully explored the opportunities to hit the ground running. This is a president who knows he only has 4 years. Realistically, he may only have 2 years. If he gets some of these efforts with Elon Musk and others would likely be a shock to the system to D.C., which could play out in the electorate in the midterms. The thing about recess appointments, though, is if you are a recess appointee, you actually don't get a salary until you are confirmed by the Senate, and your recess appointment lasts only through that session of the legislature. So it would only last through 2026, midway through President Trump's term here.
And then they could, one of two options, I talked about this the other day, one of two options, he can either try to recess, confirm them again, or they would eventually have to go through those confirmation hearings. Do you think that Trump has enough of a hold on the Republican Party that, and specifically, obviously, in the Senate, where Gates, even though there's some Republicans that have some misgivings about Gates, they would go ahead and give Trump the AG that he wants?
Well, you and I talked about this last week with the Trump administration in the sense that the Rick Scott vote was a test vote. And so I think that a lot of times the party in power in the presidency, the members of the party in the Senate tend to give deference to the individual, to the party leader, essentially. But there may be some senators who are in really tough races in 2026 who may pump the brakes, who say, I'm going to be the check and balance on a Trump administration in a state like Maine or something like that could cause a little bit of a hiccup. You know, they've got Republicans at 53 seats, so you can afford to lose 3 of those before the vice president has to step in and cast a tie-breaking vote. And so what may end up happening is you see a little bit of horse trading where one senator or 2 senators don't vote for one of the nominees and 2 other senators don't vote for another nominee, where they still essentially have a functional majority to get these nominees across the finish line.
So what do you think of Matt Gaetz as AG? I mean, I've gone through all the arguments. I think Trump needs somebody in there who is a loyalist, and I'll go ahead and say it. The left seems to think that, you know, calling these folks loyalists is some sort of a slight. I understand exactly what Donald Trump is doing. He does have a mandate to do the things that he was voted in to do, and so he doesn't want to have to deal with a lot of what happened in 2016 when he had his 4 years and he was hamstrung at every turn by the various agencies. And so he basically wants to put people in there so that he doesn't have to worry about it. He can focus on deporting millions of illegal aliens.
Well, this, Dan, is where your listeners are going to text into the super text line and say I'm an establishment squish. There are plenty of state attorneys general. In Virginia, we have Jason Miyares, who just announced his reelection. Next year, we have elections in 2025 in Virginia. There are plenty of attorneys general who have carried out the chief law enforcement responsibilities of their state, who are also Trump loyalists or hardcore America First people. So I think there's an entire portfolio of people who are probably more qualified, and so I'm a little perplexed of all of the announced nominees so far. This one is the one that's the most perplexing to me because there is such a deep bench in states across the country where there are competent, qualified, and loyal attorneys general who could carry out the will of the administration.
Do you think this is a head fake? So in other words, if they don't approve Matt Gaetz, well then they've got to approve the next guy, and that next guy is actually the real candidate?
Cynical insider DC me feels exactly that way. Well, let's throw out Matt Gaetz, see what happens, stop an ethics investigation in the House, have him return to the House in January, and then nominate the real Attorney General candidate. That's the cynical insider DC version of it.
Yeah, but let's face it, Trump is a smart guy, and he knows how to work the system now, and he's got some smart people around him. So I think that, personally speaking, I think that may be part of the equation here. I don't know. Hold on. Matthew Hurt is joining us. It is 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on Super Talk. .716 on Nashville's Morning News. Rain today, a high of 70 degrees. Right now, 66 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Matthew, I've got to ask you about this.
Another closely contested election now comes to an end. To my Republican colleagues, I offer a word of caution in good faith. Take care not to misread the will of the people, and do not abandon the need for bipartisanship.
Kind of weird that Chuck Schumer is asking for bipartisanship suddenly now that he's in the minority.
Yeah, this is political gamesmanship by Chuck Schumer, who, of all the states, I mean, New York had the most shocking trend toward Donald Trump. There are lots of opportunities. If Lee Zeldin came close in the gubernatorial race a few years ago in New York, the New York Republicans actually have a lot of opportunity not only to take back seats in their state legislature, but also to build a bench of people who could take on somebody like Chuck Schumer in New York. Donald Trump in this election has changed the map. New Jersey was closer than Virginia. There are a lot more places where Republicans can play to win in the election than there were 4 years ago or 8 years ago. And this is where Republicans on the ground, people like me and state parties, should really pick up and do the work to continue toward the midterm election and toward the next presidential election. This is a tremendous opportunity. Chuck Schumer sees the writing on the wall. He wants to be magnanimous and say, oh, we have to play the D.C. game. And I hope that Republicans take that with a grain of salt. Chuck Schumer is one of the biggest partisan games players in D.C., and we should not listen to him. Yeah.
Daily Mail reporting, we're reporting as well now that Ukraine has now fired those first U.S.-made missiles into Russia. This was a big topic of conversation that I had yesterday. Ukraine not wasting any time in utilizing these. Vladimir Putin has come out and said this is an act of war, not by Ukraine, but by the United States. Is Biden trying to crap in the living room before he leaves?
You know, I've had a friend pass in service in Ukraine over the last few months, and I'm of the age where many of my friends joined the global war on terror. I think J.D. Vance is an excellent representation of this, of a generation who is exhausted by war, and it is very concerning that in the last days of the Biden administration, he would essentially give a blank check to do whatever it takes, quote unquote, in Ukraine. And I'm just very concerned about it. This is, we've got fathers and mothers with young men and young women of service age. And do we want to send them to another battlefield? And this is something I think that our leaders and that Donald Trump has he's got good instincts on some of these foreign policy matters. And I just hope that he's able to get in there and cooler heads in this regard will prevail, and we don't have a hot war with a lot of American men and women on the ground in Ukraine.
Well, the crazy thing is Donald Trump, one of the things he ran on, I said this yesterday, was de-escalation. So what does Joe Biden do on the way out? He escalates it. It's the craziest damn thing. Real quickly, layoffs at the DNC. I'm sure you've heard about it. You live in Virginia. You live kind of sort of close to the swamp. You work in the swamp. So DNC announcing now with no notice whatsoever that the Democrat National Committee, they're having to now lay people off. And this just goes right back to Kamala Harris had $1 billion and she left the party with negative $20 million. And so what happened to the DNC?
In my time in politics, this has happened to Republicans as well. I think that the biggest shock was that the unionized DNC staff didn't see it coming. When you win elections, you get to stick around. When you lose elections, and when you lose elections by a margin this big, you don't get to stick around. As someone who has worked on losing campaigns and who knew it was losing before the election, you start to look for other opportunities. The thing about professional campaign hacks is that they will wind up at an association, or they'll wind up at a think tank, or they'll wind up on a cycle, an election cycle in 2025 or 2026. But it'll force them to get out. James Carville said it, I think, really well last week or the week before, where he said, get out into the real world and actually do something.
There you go.
Folks, and this is why I leave D.C. as often as I can, because it's not the real world here. And so it's a tremendous opportunity. Every setback is an opportunity. And as somebody who teaches people how to get jobs at Leadership Institute through our careers team, when you get fired, when you have an unexpected, you're made available to the industry, you have an opportunity to go and learn from that and build on it and come back in some other better capacity.
All right, Matthew, I've got 45 seconds. Real quick, your thoughts on Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski going to Mar-a-Lago?
Well, this was hilarious. When I watch cable news, I watch MSNBC, so your listeners don't have to. and they are the reasonable ones, I guess, on MSNBC. This is going to be a long 4 years for MSNBC and for CNN. And I think it was okay. You know, Joe Scarborough at one time used to be a Republican member of Congress. Mika Brzezinski, as she said in her little monologue, comes from a family that brings people together. I think that they know the political reality is Donald Trump will be in the White House. Republicans hold both chambers for at least 2 years, and if they don't play ball, then it's gonna hurt them. And the flip side is it is beneficial to Donald Trump to say, welcome back, and let me do an interview, because somewhere there's going to be a viewer who says, you know what, he's not that weird. He's not that bad. And some of these policies will help the bottom line, will help my checkbook, and will help community safety. So they do what they had to do. And I think it's an opportunity to continue the conversation where Trump has the upper hand to talk about what he wants to accomplish for the next 4 years.
All right, Matthew, real quick, how can people find you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right, Matthew, always great to have you on. We'll talk to you soon. Joe and Jones is in the newsroom. What's coming up at 7:30?
Well, Ukraine did it using U.S.-made missiles to attack Russia, and Russia has changed the way it plans to respond. We'll tell you about those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Jones. 723. Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down, friends. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Listen up, homeowners. Dan Mandis here. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as a day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. That's right, saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers. Get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much money you can save. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt-free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call them, Loan Pronto, loanpronto.com at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, on approved credit, NMLS, consumeraccess.org.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic coming up. And breaking this morning, Ukraine has fired long-range missiles provided by the U.S. into Russia for the very first time. That action comes days after President Biden gave the approval for their use. It also comes just as the Kremlin announced an updated nuclear doctrine that says Russia could unleash a nuclear strike if subject to an attack by a non-nuclear country that has the support of a nuclear state.
Putin has made nuclear threats before that have proved to be hollow. A senior Ukrainian military source telling me this is blackmail, but also warning nuclear weapons are a Pandora's box that shouldn't be opened. This move likely aimed as much at President-elect Trump, who's promising to end the war when he takes office, but it'll make that all the harder.
That's ABC's Ian Pennell. President Biden, meantime, is pushing through a new federal rule that would forgive even more student loans. And this time, it includes potential future borrowers. Now, if finalized, the new rule authorizes student debt forgiveness for students who have at least an 80% chance of defaulting. Those students would be determined by the Department of Education, which President-elect Trump promises to eliminate. A Seattle woman has been charged with threatening a mass shooting at the Metro Christian Academy here in Nashville. 27-year-old Adriel Poku told police the messages were sent by her ex-husband. But Goodlettsville police determined the incident was a ploy to regain custody of their 4-year-old child. Poku was flown to Nashville and arrested yesterday. She faces a host of charges. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 732 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, if you have a piece of land, maybe some property that you don't know what to do with, why don't you think about a pole barn from Stoltz Co.? They are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. You know, putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co., it could increase the value of your land big time, and you can use a pole barn basically as anything you want. It can be a garage, it can be an event space, an equestrian building. You can actually live in it. We call them barn dominiums, but they're built really well, and they will stand the test of time. You could also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. So call these folks today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook. Instagram and Facebook, they've got incredible demonstrations of what they can do for you. Find them online, stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com.
Paragon Mills, an accident involving some injuries here. This is on Nolensville Pike, south of Edmonston Pike. Another one involving injuries in Laurel Hill. That one is on South Mount Juliet Road, south of Stewart's Ferry Pike. And then 24 westbound side, still working that crash scene in Laverne at Waldron, exit 64. The crash is blocking off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Reaction to Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski from MSNBC heading down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President-elect Donald Trump. Nothing short of awesome.
I searched for a way to respond appropriately, and I called on my 10 years as a litigator in addition to my now 20 as a journalist, and I think I found the perfect phrase, go f*** yourselves.
That is Megyn Kelly. That is, I can't
She's
get
a
enough
little
of that.
mad, just a tad.
She is.
Yeah.
The reaction of both conservatives and liberals at Joe and Mika, for different reasons, from MSNBC going down to meet Donald Trump. I think for, people on the left, they're normalizing, Mika and Joe are normalizing Donald Trump. And for people on the right, I totally agree with Megyn Kelly. F off. You spent all this time, and I know this is now familiar territory, but they spent all of this time talking about the perils of Donald Trump and how he's Hitler and Nazis and threat to democracy and all of that other stuff. Yet they decided that they were going to go down despite the dangers of possibly being arrested by the president-elect because they are his political opponents. They decided to go down to Mar-a-Lago.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Well, lucky him. So after 7 years of constant negative comments with these two, Joe Scarborough and Mika, they decided to leave their echo chamber and head south. But before we tell you how that meeting went, before we tell you about how that conversation went, I just want to remind you of the level of vitriol of Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski.
Out of his mind. I mean, praising Hezbollah, out of his mind. And again, the fact that Republicans are embracing this guy is absolutely crazy. Look, that's your Republican Party right there. That's your Republican Party. That's the guy who's in first place in the Republican contest to be the next presidential nominee for the GOP.
You have all these arguments about Joe Biden and his age. Please take a look at him.
And then he says that the news network that is most critical of him should be taken off the air. This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever. And if people can't start drawing the parallel, well, you're just stupid, or you have your head in the sand, or you're one of them.
I could have a 30-minute montage put together and still not hit all of the insults that have been hurled at Donald Trump and his supporters. And so when Joe Scarborough says that you're one of them, and he's saying it so nastily and condescendingly, he's talking about me, and he's talking about a lot of you, Donald Trump supporters. And so this isn't just about Donald Trump. It is about his supporters as well, because we've taken a lot of slings and arrows. But since the election, here's the deal. This isn't about some sort of notion that they want to be fair in their coverage and bipartisan. No. This is about ratings. Because since the election, MSNBC's ratings, usually really low, have actually gone down even more. They've actually cratered. MSNBC primetime viewership has plunged 54% in the days after Donald Trump won the White House as the network's audience turned away from its left-leaning coverage, according to a report. Now, they drew a daily average, Mika and Joe, of 1.1 million viewers throughout October. They saw its audience shrink to a daily average of 736,000 on the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday after the election, according to Nielsen Media Research, as reported by Fox News. Now, that amounted to a 31% drop following Donald Trump's decisive victory. Now, here's what I think happened. People naturally get burned out on stuff. And so I think that they, some of these folks, they may have just said, all right, we've had enough. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that the viewers of MSNBC, and I don't know how their ratings are now, but the viewers of MSNBC decided, you know what? You lied to us. You said that he was going to lose. You said that Kamala Harris was going to win. You spent all this time telling us that he was a threat to democracy. And he won. And maybe, perhaps, some people in America realized that their echo chamber was lying to them. Maybe. But here's my deal, is that they were lying to their audience. And how do I know that they lied to their audience? Because they went to go see Donald Trump, Hitler, and a threat to democracy.
And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications.
Part of me, of course, I'm confused by all of this because they have been saying ad nauseum that Trump wanted to jail his political opponents, and obviously that did not happen. As a matter of fact, Trump said it was a great conversation. It was a cordial conversation. And I think that says a lot more about Donald Trump than it says about Mika and Joe. Because here's the thing. Mika and Joe are going back. They are bending the knee. They are kissing the ring. Not because Donald Trump is demanding it, but because they know that they have to do it.
In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful. He was upbeat. He seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. 5 years of political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate.
Right. That coarsening of public debate was because of you two and others within your echo chamber. You were a big part of that nasty culture of no holds barred, Trump is Hitler, a threat to democracy kind of rhetoric. That was you, Joe Scarborough, and Mika Brzezinski, and your show.
Election denialism, public trials, and January 6th were not as important as the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House with their vote. Joe and I realize it's time to do something different. And that starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Now, as you can imagine, people are losing their ever-loving minds. You know, all of the people on the left. We'll talk about that. Jon Stewart's reaction, absolutely hysterical. That is also coming up. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Rain today, a high of 70 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So Joe and Mika, who, by the way, apparently I've been saying her name all wrong for like the past, 10 years? I don't care. So what does this meeting say about Donald Trump? It means that he is actually willing to be the bigger man. He's willing to let bygones be bygones for the good of the country. That's what Trump is ready and willing and doing. He's willing to take on his opponents and his critics and have discussions that could bring about much needed change to American policy. And so I'm really proud, to be honest with you. I'm proud that Donald Trump did this again, meeting with his political enemies and not arresting them. It does show that Donald Trump is the bigger person. Now, what does this say about Joe and Mika and the media? Because this isn't just about Joe and Mika. You know that, right? I'm not spending an entire segment on Joe and Mika. This is about the media, generally speaking. The media knows that it's dead. CNN, MSNBC, the networks. As you know, and I'm not going to go through the whole monologue again, but this was a rebuke not only of Democrat policies and in politics, but also Democrat behavior and the behavior of the media, including all the ones that I just mentioned. But it shows that Joe and Mika and all these other folks like the Democrats, they were lying all along. There were no arrests. They've been saying, you know what, forever. They've been saying that Donald Trump was going to arrest journalists. They're political enemies. Never happened. Never happened in the first term, not going to happen in the second term. And the fact that they went there proves they were lying the whole time. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to go see Hitler. Joan, Johnny, would you guys, you folks listening, would you want to go see Adolf Hitler? No.
I don't think so.
No. And here's the other thing about Mika and Joe. They didn't apologize for calling Donald Trump all those names. They never apologized for calling a lot of us Nazis. And they should. So this does say a lot more about Trump than it does about Mika and Joe. And here's the thing about Joe Scarborough. Dude is a chameleon. He was a Republican. Then he realized, hey, you know what? There's a lot of money to be made as a Trump-hating Republican. Ends up on MSNBC. He totally changes his stripes, whatever. Some people say it's because of Mika, whatever. And he spent 7 years trashing Donald Trump and his supporters. Now that Trump is in office again, what's he going to do? He's going to go make nice with Trump, and he's going to try to meet in the middle. Because, he's such an upstanding guy. All of a sudden, Joe Scarborough wants to be bipartisan. Please. So, yeah, I like when Megyn Kelly says,
I searched for a way to respond appropriately, and I called on my 10 years as a litigator in addition to my now 20 as a journalist, and I think I found the perfect phrase, go f*** yourselves.
I mean, listen, that's probably going to be my audio bite of the week. I don't know.
There's a thing about President Trump that bothers me. He seems to not understand that people will hate him, and he tries to make nice with people.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't. I feel like he should not make nice with these people that have called him Hitler.
You felt like he should not have met with Mika and Joe?
I feel like he should not have. He's naive about how they will. If he turns his back, they're going to stab him just as well as they would before that meeting.
Yeah, you're probably right. You know who else agrees with you, Joan?
I think probably Megyn Kelly.
And Jon Stewart.
And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we?
Because you said he was Hitler.
I mean, very funny.
Yeah.
What did Trump say about the meeting? He says, I received a phone call from Joe Scarborough requesting a meeting for him and Mika, and I agreed that it would be a good thing if such a meeting took place, Trump said. We met at Mar-a-Lago on Friday morning at 8 a.m. Trump said the meeting was extremely cordial. Many things were discussed, and I very much appreciated the fact that they wanted to have open communication. He said, in many ways, it's too bad that it wasn't done long ago. Trump adding that they congratulated me on running a great and flawless campaign, one for the history books, which he says, I really believe that it was, but it was also a campaign where I worked long and hard, perhaps longer and harder than any presidential candidate in history. He says, we talked about various cabinet members, both announced and to be announced, as expected. They liked some very much, but some not at all, Trump said. The meeting ended in a very positive manner, and we agreed to speak in the future. Trump adding, I expect this will take place with others in the media as well, even though they have been extremely hostile. He says, and this is what I like about Trump. I don't know, I bet you maybe, Joan, the super texters disagree with what I'm saying. Maybe they agree with you. The president-elect says that he feels he has an obligation to the American public and to our country itself to be open and available to the press. I mean, he was available to Joe Rogan when Kamala Harris, their candidate, wasn't. He was available to, you name it, CNN, MSNBC, wherever, when Kamala Harris really wasn't available, by and large, to the media. She finally went on Fox News when she realized that she was getting her arse kicked.
Well, and he was open with the media back when he was president before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was.
He was critical of them, and he would call them out.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, he was always available.
And to that end, what did the media always say about him? That he was just a media whore. It wasn't that he was trying to be open to the media, but that he wanted all the fame and all the glory and grandeur.
That is such a great point. They were the ones that were giving all of that earned media.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, Trump would, I wonder if this is going to be what it's going to be like. Matt Murphy and I think it was Matt Murphy and I were talking yesterday about when I was in middays, the first Trump administration, his first term, and you would do all of this prep, and then the world would explode or implode with a tweet.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, I guess I'll throw out all that show prep because Trump just tweeted, and that's what everybody's talking about. So it'll be interesting to see, but personally, I just think that it does show more about Trump. I'm glad that my official talk show host opinion, Joan.
Yeah.
Joan, this might be our first fight. Is that Donald Trump, I'm glad that he accepted the invitation from these folks for them to come see him, because I think it does show him to be the bigger person. Joan, restate your opinion real quick, then we're going to ask the super texters who's right.
Well, first, I want to tell you that there is somebody who agrees with you. 0751 says, at some point, you have to try to amend burned bridges, or we become a world of islands into ourselves. I think he meant unto ourselves. I think that that's wise, but I think President Trump is knowledgeable enough in business settings that you know that they're going to try to stab you in the back the minute you turn your back. They will do it for money. They will do it for fame. They will do it for any purpose at all. He's being vulnerable, and he's not. I don't think he sees the world like he should see them. That people don't love him. They don't love him, and he wants them to.
Okay.
He's got to stop that.
However, when they do, and when they continue to go bat crap crazy on him, and they start in with all of this crap again, the American people will see that Donald Trump, again, was the bigger man, and Joe and Mika and the media, they devolve into name-calling once again. So I personally, I believe that I'm right. I know a lot of you folks like Joan better than me, so you'll think that she's right automatically.
Yes.
7:50. Johnny, did you notice that Joan automatically she knows, and she just totally agreed?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The people are behind me.
Moving right along, Joan Jones has the news at 8 o'clock. Joan, what's up?
Some serious stuff here. The first U.S. missiles are flying from Ukraine into Russia this morning, and Russia is not responding kindly. Also, what one Tennessee representative wants you to pay for in the state's school system. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. It is 7:55 on Nashville's Morning News. I want to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Right now, they are in the middle. It just started, but they are right in the middle of their big watch event going on. It's started yesterday, and it's going through the 28th, a gigantic watch event at Brentwood Jewelry. If you've got somebody on your Christmas list that loves watches, this is a place to go. Skip the holiday lines and find early Christmas deals at Brentwood Jewelry's watch event with exclusive discounts on select watch brands. You'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list, and maybe one for yourself as well. My favorite watch that I wear for super duper special occasions, I got from Brentwood Jewelry. Make this holiday season timeless with Brentwood Jewelry. You can also find really anything at Brentwood Jewelry. Watches, yes, during their big watch event going on now through the 28th. But you can also find rings and earrings and bracelets and terrific options in all of these different kinds of jewelry and prices as well. All of that at Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
there, it's 8:02, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast coming up. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that it shot down missiles launched by Ukraine today into the Bryansk region of Russia. 5 of these American-made missiles were shot down. 1 was damaged, according to data confirmed by the U.S. Now, it's just this situation that the Kremlin seemed to be expecting earlier.
Nuclear saber rattling from the Kremlin this morning, with Vladimir Putin appearing to threaten to use nuclear weapons if Ukraine fires American-made missiles into Russia. The Kremlin saying the doctrine was updated in response to what it calls the new situation. The new Russian policy essentially authorizes the use of nuclear weapons in response to what it calls, quotes, critical threats of aggression using conventional weapons.
That's ABC's Ian Pennell. Donald Trump and Elon Musk take their fledgling friendship to new heights today. ABC's Jim Ryan says that the president-elect is visiting South Texas at the launch facility of Musk's SpaceX.
Days after naming Elon Musk to head the new Department of Government Efficiency, President-elect Donald Trump plans to be at the launch facility to see the SpaceX Super Heavy booster lift off. The plan calls for the rocket to return to the launch pad about 10 minutes later to be captured by the mechanical arms on the launch tower.
When Metro Nashville police arrived on the scene of a home break-in near downtown this morning, the suspect was running away.
The individual did not stop, started to run. Officer Ziegler again told him to stop, and the individual, the 21-year-old, fired a shot as Officer Ziegler was attempting to get him to stop. Officer Ziegler returned his fire, and the individual was struck in the buttocks and the leg.
That is Don Aaron. He's the public information officer for Nashville Police. Officer Ziegler was not hit. Nicholas Lane, the suspect, is hospitalized. News 2 is saying that he is a convicted felon and has 2 warrants out for his arrest for assaulting his ex-girlfriend. She has an order of protection against Lane. One state representative wants every school in Tennessee to provide free breakfast and lunch. Democrat Representative John Ray Clemens' bill says the state would reimburse schools after they used all their federal resources to pay for it. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we've got an accident in Paragon Mills at Nolensville Pike, south of Edmondson Pike, and also one in Antioch. This one involves some injuries on Bell Road at Hickory Hollow Parkway, and a crash in Nashville, too, Ewing Drive at Brick Church Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here indeed. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Apparently, Joe and Mika, I'm not going to do this here. Let's do it during the Gang of Four when Chris Hand gets here. But apparently, Joe and Mika this morning on Morning Joe, they've responded to all of the big-time criticism that they're getting for going to meet President-elect Donald Trump. So we'll get into what exactly it is that they said coming up during the Gang of Four at 8:35. There's some very serious stuff going on. We've been breaking the news for you this morning. Ukraine fires the first U.S.-made missile into Russia. World War III fears as Kremlin threatens nuclear response if long-range Western weapons are used on its territory. Well, they did. And it was really, it was like right away, because this just became a story, I think yesterday, right? And they decided to use these now. And Vladimir Putin, his statement following Vladimir Putin's approval of an updated nuclear doctrine that allows his strategic forces to deploy nuclear weapons if Russia or Belarusian territory is threatened by a non-nuclear nation supported by a nuclear power. Now, just so you know, that's us. In case you couldn't figure that out, Ukraine is the non-nuclear nation supported by a nuclear power. That would be us. And, listen, I explained all this yesterday, so I don't want to go backwards. But we have a situation where you've got Joe Biden. He decided to give, and some people are saying, and I'm not buying this, but some people are trying to say that Joe Biden is actually trying to do Donald Trump a solid. Some people are saying that what Biden is trying to do is end the war before Donald Trump gets in office by giving Zelensky and Ukraine all of these long-range nuclear weapons. Now, I don't believe that. That's, if somebody has that opinion, okay, we can agree to disagree. But the American people have said 1,000 times now, they voted on Donald Trump and the fact that he wants to de-escalate this situation. He has been saying that for a long time. As a matter of fact, as just a reminder,
we have never been closer to World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. A global conflict between nuclear-armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history. It would be nuclear Armageddon.
That's part of what Donald Trump said. And so why, at this point in time, would Joe Biden decided that he needed to give these weapons to Ukraine? And by the way, as I explained to you yesterday, and I don't know all the technicalities of it, but the reason why Vladimir Putin says that if Ukraine attacks us with these long-range missiles, it's because they have to be programmed by a NATO country, or the United States, which we're both. We're the United States and we're a NATO country. So, in other words, these are American-made missiles, and they have to be programmed by either NATO countries or America. And so when he says, this isn't a Ukraine issue, this is an American issue. And that's why Donald Trump has been saying that this could lead to nuclear Armageddon.
Nothing is more important than avoiding that nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad. while they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home.
Yeah, he's talking about, of course, all these illegal gangbangers coming into our country. And I got to tell you, it is so frustrating. There's a story out there today, and I'll see if I can find it real quick because it plays right into what Donald Trump is saying. Number one, there's a story that says that everybody on Joe Biden's cabinet apparently agrees that sending these missiles to Ukraine so that they could fire on Russia, his entire cabinet, they say, agreed. Even ones that support Donald Trump. I don't understand that. I mean, these two theories, these two military philosophies could not be any different. Now, one of the things that Joe Biden is saying and that America is saying is that the reason why we're doing this now, and I reported this yesterday, is because North Korea and Kim Jong-un has sent Russia 10,000 troops, I think it was. And so Biden decided that now would be a good time to send a missile and give Ukraine a whole bunch of missiles to fire at Russia because they're replenishing their own troops with North Korean troops. And I do understand that. But I just think that what Joe Biden is trying to do is he's trying to pour gasoline on a fire as he's walking out the door. I think he's ticked off at Kamala Harris. I think he's ticked off at America. He's probably ticked off at Donald Trump, too, because he's putting the president-elect in this position. And I just played you the audio. Donald Trump is all about peace through strength. And he wants de-escalation. That's what he ran on. He campaigned for that. By and large, that's what the American people want. Now you got Vladimir Putin threatening nuclear Armageddon. And so when Donald Trump is talking about, the war hawks and the neocons and all those folks, well, he is absolutely right. And who would have thought years ago, many years ago, that when you talk about the war hawks and you talk about the neocons, you're actually talking about the Democrat Party. And the Republicans are the ones that want to stop these forever wars. I love that. I absolutely love what the Republican Party has turned into. Donald Trump has taken this party into, in some areas, a completely different direction. And I think that that's a good thing. And the Democrats have made it easy because they have literally destroyed our country with the open borders, which is part of what Donald Trump was talking about in his statement that America is being turned into a third world country. Got a lot more on this and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Appreciate it. 8:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather from us, rain today and high 70 degrees. And right now, Johnny, you said it is 66? 66 degrees on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So it is going to be fun to watch. We've been talking all morning long about a number of different discussions and topics that are out there. What did people vote for? There's a new survey out. 63% of the American people said that free speech is very important. Now, I don't know, and again, the polling means absolutely nothing. But number one, inflation or increasing costs at 66%. Free speech came in at 63%, which I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm a tremendous, and I mean a tremendous, obviously, supporter of free speech. But I'm surprised it's at number two. The reason I say that is because there's a lot of Americans out there who they don't think constitutionally. They just don't. I think constitutionally. I also vote and speak about, inflation, the economy, and so forth. And so for me, free speech is very high on my list of what I voted for. We all saw how our free speech during the election of 2016, how our free speech was impacted, and that impacted the election, talking about the laptop from hell, and how people weren't allowed to publish it, people were not allowed to talk about it, people were not allowed to share it on social media because they said that it was Russian disinformation when they knew that it wasn't. And so the curtailing of or attack on free speech, literally, as I've been saying since it happened, it changed the course of human history. Because without that limitation of free speech, that attack on free speech, Donald Trump would have had a second term. And I don't believe that Vladimir Putin's attack on Ukraine would have happened, because the failed pullout of Afghanistan would not have happened, because it was a domino effect. From the failed pullout of Afghanistan, that led to the domino effect of Vladimir Putin being emboldened to go into Ukraine, because everybody knew how weak Joe Biden was. So I don't believe that I'm being melodramatic when I say that it did change the course of human history. People also voted on abortion, crime, gun policy, Supreme Court nominees, education, immigration. Immigration was 51%, which is like 8th or 9th on this list. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I'm curious. I don't want to go on and on about the election. It is over, but I am surprised. I would say that illegal immigration would have been first, second, or third on the list. My list was the economy, illegal immigration, free speech was right up there as well, because I was appalled at what the attack on our free speech has been over the last 4 years. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. If you have a comment on any of that, you can hit us up on the super text line, 615-737-9986. All right, so we have some good news coming out of Pennsylvania. That Senate race is now over, and that's a good thing. And the Republican has now won in that race. It was contested by the Democrats. They were calling for recounts and everything else. But now you do have, and again, it was really close. And so there were worries from yours truly and others that there would be hijinks and shenanigans if there was going to be a recount. Now, this was Republican David McCormick going up against third-term Democrat Bob Casey, three-term Democrat Bob Casey. And so the Democrats and the media there in Pennsylvania, they were all screaming that there had to be a recount. There had to be a recount. Josh Shapiro, the governor, rising star, they say, in the Democrat Party, said no. We are going to respect the vote, no recounts. And basically what happened is there was a lot of ballots that did not have, mail-in ballots that did not have the formally required signatures or dates. And the Democrats were saying, well, the rules don't matter. They should be counted. And eventually the state's Supreme Court said, no, actually, they won't be counted. And, oh, the hue and cry of the left, and they were going to threaten more legal action and so forth. And Josh Shapiro came out, and he understands that he himself has a political future. He's the governor, and he's going to probably be running for president in 2028. And he said, nope, what we're going to do is we are going to respect the rule of law, and that is exactly what happened. So that is very good news. 53-47 is now the Republican majority in the Senate. That is great news. It's much tighter in the House of Representatives. But now we have a situation with the Senate where John Thune, of course, he is now the majority leader there in the Senate coming in. You've got Mitch McConnell, who is stepping aside. And Thune has said this about what happened on November 5th.
We have a mandate from the American people, a mandate not only to clean up the mess left by the Biden-Harris-Schumer agenda, but also to deliver on President Trump's priorities.
Absolutely. And one of the things, and we were having some fun with this earlier in the broadcast, is Chuck Schumer, of all people, Chuck Schumer is calling for bipartisanship.
Another closely contested election now comes to an end. To my Republican colleagues, I offer a word of caution in good faith. Take care not to misread the will of the people and do not abandon the need for bipartisanship.
I mean, you listen to that, and it is such a joke. Chuck Schumer, of all people, calling for bipartisanship, and he is the most partisan that you will ever find in not only the United States Senate, but I think on the Democrat side. So I love this, that he's calling for this bipartisanship when in reality, this really was a mandate from the American people to Donald Trump and to Washington, D.C. Former Trump Chief of Staff Reince Priebus was on Hannity last night.
This victory was so overwhelming, so stunning, so much a shock to the entire system. I think the Democrat Party is completely stunned. I think there's a part of the Republican Party that's completely stunned, too. And if you look at it, the Democrats only improved in 3 areas. Number one, non-religious people, people who make over $100,000 a year, and people who have graduate degrees. I mean, they lost across the board.
Yeah, and you know, when Biden, I mentioned this earlier, when Biden became president 4 years ago, it dawned on me yesterday, and I don't know why it dawned on me yesterday, but it reminded me of the monologue that I did the day after. And I said that the Democrats are going to do what Democrats do. They're going to focus on things that benefit them as a party and not the American people. They'll do all the things that we fear they're going to try to do. They're going to open the border. I talked about them packing the Supreme Court, all of those things. And they did a lot of that stuff, or they tried to do a lot of that stuff. And exactly what I said would happen. The American people were repulsed, and then they voted for Donald Trump the next time around. Sadly, we lost the midterm elections, but whatever. But I think for me, number one, proved I was right. But number two is that the Democrats, they do have a lot to learn. They've got a lot of reflection and introspection that they've got to look at. And I don't know if they have it in them. Reince Priebus doesn't think so.
The country, by Donald Trump winning the popular vote, said, wait a second, this stuff over here that the Democrats are pushing, it's not normal, it's not acceptable, and we reject it. Whether you're in New Jersey, Minnesota, Wisconsin, or downtown Los Angeles, Donald Trump did better. And that is what the shock to the system is.
Yeah, no, Chuck Schumer, I mean, I don't believe it was all that close. But even if it was, it doesn't matter. Democrats, listen to Charles Barkley.
And I just want to say this to the Democrats. Do me this favor. Shut the up. When you win, you get to say what you want to. When you lose, you need to shut the hell up.
There you go. Charles Barkley, 825, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall with Mark Spain Real Estate. Their guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. Dan Mandis here. And with that guaranteed offer, you can skip the uncertainty and sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. With Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Just cash in hand and a stress-free sale. Their guaranteed offer gives you the peace of mind that your home will be sold when you need it to be sold. So skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. They're bringing back its incredible Black Friday offer. Get 50% off all window styles. This includes bay windows, bows, double hung, sliders, single hung, picture windows, and a whole lot more. Plus, pay no interest for 5 full years. And through the end of this month, you get an additional 10% discount. Get great windows and save a bunch of money from Window Nation. Heating costs are going up again this winter, up to 23%. And if you don't have Window Nation windows, a lot of your money is literally going out the window. So get top-tier windows from Window Nation at a fraction of the cost of the other big names. Now remember, this sale ends December 1st, so act right now before the offer ends. Visit windownation.com. You're going to get 50% off all window styles, plus 0% interest for 5 full years, and take an additional 10% off as part of their Black Friday special. 866-90-NATION is the phone number, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It's 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Breaking this morning, Ukraine is calling Vladimir Putin's bluff. It began using U.S. long-range missiles to strike inside Russia this morning.
A senior Ukrainian official has confirmed Ukraine has used American ATACMS missiles to strike inside Russia for the first time, hitting an ammunition warehouse in the Bryansk region that borders Ukraine. Russia also claiming it shot down some of the missiles. It came as Vladimir Putin engaged in nuclear saber-rattling, updating Russia's military doctrine to say it can use nuclear weapons in response to Ukraine launching conventional Western missiles. Patrick Reevell, ABC News, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace is introducing a measure that would ban transgender women from using biological women's restrooms at the U.S. Capitol. It comes as the first transgender person elected to Congress prepares to take office. In a statement, Mace said, quote, "The sanctity of protecting women and standing up against the left's systematic erasure of biological women starts here in the nation's capital." In Manhattan on Monday, a man went on a stabbing spree, killing 3 people before police were able to capture him.
The suspect, 51-year-old Ramon Rivera, is homeless with 8 prior arrests in the city. Police say his first victim was a man working at a construction site. 2 hours later, police say he attacked his second victim across town, a 68-year-old man who was fishing. Then shortly before 11 a.m., the third victim, a woman standing on the street.
That's ABC's Rhiannon Alley. The New York Post reports a judge released that man ahead of a court date, even though prosecutors had requested bail. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks are taking the low road this morning at the start. The Dow Jones Industrial is beginning 305 points lower. The Nasdaq has fallen 80, and the S&P 500 index is minus 29 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News. So many reasons to like my two-way paradise, the Glock store. You're going to love it too. Now, number one is it is a great place to buy guns and buy ammo. Get your firearms customized, and I've done all 3 of those and have also done the training. I can't say enough good things about the Shoot 270 indoor ranges at the Glock store. Now, they've got these massive rooms where you can refine your shooting skills, firing behind corners, in the dark, in motion, and various target levels as well. So don't settle for those lane ranges. Go to the Shoot 270 ranges at the Glock store. Be sure and mention my name when you check out those ranges. It's shoot270.com, shoot270.com. Now, remember that our advertisers help us spread the message. And the Glock store is not only a two-way paradise, like I say, but they've also been a big-time supporter of WTN, so you should support them. Have a blast, and don't forget to reach out to the Glock store for all your training and two-way needs. Shoot270.com. That's shoot270.com. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
In Montgomery this morning, that's Montgomery County and Clarksville. I-24, the eastbound lanes between Rossview Road, exit 8, and MLK Parkway, exit 11. It is all closed due to an accident. Stop traffic from Wilma Rudolph Boulevard, exit 4. That's Highway 79. Christiana, it's a crash blocking the right shoulder on the 24 westbound lanes before Epps Mill Road. That's exit 89. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Four. Chris Hand is here, everybody.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Johnny B's here, and Joan is here as well. Hello, Joan.
Hello.
So did you hear earlier, Joan and I had our first fight?
I did hear that. You guys seem to have recovered good.
Well, I chose to, be the bigger person, and I turned the other cheek. Don't ask me which cheek. Anyway.
I don't think I want to know. But besides that, I'm vindictive anyway, so it wouldn't work.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
hey, put that feather in the cap.
Johnny, note to selves, right? Chris brought some audio, and this is crazy audio.
It's the craziest thing I've seen in a while. There's a prominent YouTuber, and she has 14.6 million subscribers. Like, it's not a small channel by any stretch of the imagination. Rosanna Panzino, and her dad passed away 5 years ago, and she has a unique way that she's going to honor her father, and she did the whole thing live on YouTube. This is what happened.
I'm going to smoke my dead dad. Before he passed, he told me and...
She did. That's what she said. I'm going to smoke my dead dad.
She's going to be like Keith Richards, except he snorted his.
There you go.
Did he really?
Oh, my goodness.
So she's doing this live on, what is it, YouTube or X or whatever?
Live on YouTube.
I'm going to smoke my dead dad. Before he passed, he told me and my mom what he would like us to do with his ashes. And at first, my mom was a little bit hesitant because she thought, this is kind of hippie, people are going to judge us. But as time's gone on, and it's been 5 years now, we just really think that it's the right time to do what Dad wanted and to honor him the way he wanted. So years ago, he told me and my mom that he would like us to take his ashes, mix it in with some soil, and grow a marijuana plant and smoke him. And I told you he was a rebel. And I actually have footage of us doing this together.
And so now she's token up. She's smoking it. And she's doing the whole...
It's kind of hippie.
Marijuana thing.
He was a rebel.
I'm grossed out.
Are you? Well, she is too. In
Yeah.
a second, you're going to hear her start to cough. She's got...
She's holding it in.
Yeah.
Serves her right.
When Dad fights back.
Yeah. Maybe one more for good measure.
And there she goes. And that, my friends, is how you get how many?
14.6 million.
14.6 million followers by smoking your dad.
Okay.
It's kind of the Willie Nelson song, Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die.
That's right.
I still have my mom. My mom died like a year ago yesterday. I still have her ashes. You know where they are? Next to Amy's mom.
So you guys could do.
So they're
do
getting to know each other now.
You could do a 2-for-1 if you wanted to do
I
that.
told Amy, can we please get rid of these ashes?
It's funny though because you would take one set of ashes and then make new ashes because you're smoking the pot.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Well, I won't be
Yeah.
smoking my mother.
No, it's good to know.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Let's save that one for later
Yes.
too.
And what I love is she says, it's kind of hippie. Girl, it's very hippie.
I just like the beginning. I'm gonna smoke my dead dad.
There you go. You know what? If I was going to critique her, that is how you open a segment. That is how you do it. All right. So and yeah, I have just like a couple little cups of mom because it's like I told the story when we had the funeral and
Did you drop her?
No, you know what,
okay.
Joan? I just very quickly we scattered the ashes.
Okay.
You know about this, Chris?
Yeah.
When we scattered the ashes and it was on the beach and the wind was blowing.
Oh, no.
Oh no, I didn't know that part.
And it blew mom's ashes over some people.
Oh.
She'd like that.
I mean, we all laughed. It was funny. And
Did the people know what was happening?
Yeah, they knew it was a funeral. We had pictures of mom. It's so windy.
How far away were they from you?
Yeah, they were like clearly not far enough. Like probably, I don't know, 15 feet, 20 feet. And then remember this story, Johnny? And then we go and Johnny knows what I'm going to say. So when I throw mom's ashes into the ocean, Riker screams, "Your mama."
No, he didn't.
I swear to God, he did. He screams, "Your mama," and I'm like, I'm crying, right? My mom meant a lot to me. Yeah. So Amy was horrified. I had that split second of what, and then I just started laughing because that's all you can do.
So was his intention to make you laugh, or was he just being a kid and blurting it out?
I don't know why he did it. I should ask him.
Yes.
Like, what were you thinking? Like, I told Amy, I don't care. I mean, I thought it's a great story to tell, but we just got to tell him, like, proper behavior at a funeral.
Dan gets himself together and goes, show prep.
That's exactly right. All right, we've got some other stuff, too. You want to do, so we're talking about this earlier. Joe Biden visited the rainforest in Brazil. This is the funny, did you post this to your social media?
No, but I did post the lady smoking her dead dad. If you want to see that.
So we'll...
Chris, hand on air.
I'm going to post it. I mean, this is everywhere. But Joe Biden, while we're giving missiles to Ukraine so that they can fire onto Russia, so Russia can threaten us with, nuclear oblivion, Joe Biden is in Brazil at the rainforest.
History is literally watching us now. So let's preserve this secret place for our time and forever for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you very, very much.
Golf clap. But then if you see the video, he turns around and he starts walking aimlessly into the rainforest.
Welcome to the jungle.
And it's just like he keeps walking and people are like, where the hell is he going?
At least he made it to where he needed to be, though.
Yes.
Because at the G20 summit, he was supposed to be there for the group photo.
And he just missed it.
And he completely whiffed on being there. But there's video of the reporters, that like the camera people, and they're trying to take photos. And they realize that Joe's not there. Have you heard that?
No, we haven't.
Okay, you should play that.
Here's what it sounds like.
So they're taking pictures, and they're all doing the hand-holding thing where they crisscross the arms,
Everybody is locked together.
Whole group, every world leader.
Except for one guy.
They all start leaving.
Where was he?
Where was he? Everybody's screaming, hold on, hold.
Because the world leaders are leaving the stage. They're exiting stage right.
And the funny thing is, there's like 15 different languages, all of them saying, where's Joe?
They're telling Biden, they're telling him to wait for Biden, guys.
Wait for Biden, guys. Somebody check the rainforest.
Oh, my God.
And then you can see the cameraman frantically moving around trying to find him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, everybody's leaving.
Yep. He's right there.
Wait.
No, he's behind the palm tree right now.
He's behind the palm
He's
tree.
behind the palm tree.
Oh, no.
I had to tinkle.
Very funny. And they're still scanning. Like they can't. He's behind a big palm tree. Do you think he was hiding, or did he really have to go? Because when you're that age.
Yeah, I bet he had to
let's
pee.
Be honest.
Yeah, I guarantee he had to. Nature called.
Knowing Joe, there's a school nearby.
Oh, jeez.
This is real.
Joe.
He ruined the picture, Joe.
Oh, there he is. And he's putting on his sunglasses, and he's just so... Whatever. Dumb.
Has to put on the aviators.
He did. He had to put on the aviators.
You get motion sickness watching that video because the cameraman is like flying around. And then he moves up and he's trying to find the palm tree so that way he can go down and find Joe.
As he's zipping up his pants.
What do world leaders think of us, honestly?
So when I hear that Ukraine is now given the green light to do long-range missiles, I wonder when they're going to tell Joe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, Chris, I want to know what this man is saying. You ready? This is Neil Armstrong.
It's one small step for man, one
giant leap for mankind.
What did he say?
Space is fake, and thank you for faking the moon landing.
Oh, that's right.
He said something along those lines. Is that what he said? Was that on the phone with Nixon? The phone call from the moon, Dan?
Hey, Johnny, why did you remind me that Chris was going to say the moon landing was fake and the whole bit's just not worth it?
No, I know what you're going for. The Doge, the money they spent on that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
One giant step for man.
One small step for man, or was it one small step for a man? And in the end, $750,000 later, they couldn't decide.
This was $750,000. Now, Neil Armstrong has always said that it's one small step for a man.
Yeah, but he doesn't say that.
No, he doesn't. I mean, you can listen.
Yes.
The quality on that phone call from the moon was crystal clear.
They actually looked at, Chris, speaking patterns of people from Middle Ohioans.
Oh, all
like
right.
Neil Armstrong. And they found that they tend to leave out words like for and a.
Are we talking about the new Middle Ohioans? Because that is a thicker Haitian accent.
Oh.
Or are we talking about the classic Middle Ohioans?
This was a few years ago.
Well, after they're eating a cat.
There you go. Got the toothpick going on.
One small step for a man.
Have you heard that Haitians are fleeing Springfield, Ohio since the Trump election?
Well,
no.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
They're out of there. They're out of there.
Tom Homan said if you want to self-deport,
by all
go
means,
right on ahead.
By all means.
There's a bunch of them down in Manchester. You know, I would imagine
Boy,
they're
that's the
probably
truth.
fleeing too.
And Shelbyville.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
They are everywhere.
Manchester and Shelbyville.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you know.
They told us the adults were back in charge, and what we got was Haitians in Tren de Aragua.
There you go.
Welcome
That's
to
exactly
Tennessee.
right.
Perfect.
Coming soon to an apartment complex near you.
So,
your new management.
So, have you, Chris or Joan or Johnny or yours truly, maybe you folks out there, what was the worst punishment you ever got as a kid? I'll start.
Oh, I got a good story for this guy.
Mine is, well, we don't have a lot of time, but mine is, I actually,
Calm down, Joan. There's 3 minutes left in the bit.
Yeah, we have time constraints here.
My mom actually shoved a bar of soap down my throat.
Oh, no.
She did. She was so mad that I'd said a curse word. Now, this is a woman, mind you.
That you love so much that you threw her ashes at somebody. Go ahead.
So, I forget what I said, but she was a cursor like you wouldn't believe. She got mad at me when I was like 8, and she washed my mouth out with soap. She actually did that. Joan, what's yours?
Okay, so my dad was into, like, we were very good kids, and he would use the belt. So one Christmas, I got for him a new belt. It was black on one side and like brown on the other, and I thought it would be really nice. He's a businessman, so I thought it was nice. He used that stinking belt on me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nothing says I love you like that.
Right?
Gift regret, Joan
I reminded him of that all the way up until the day he died.
Johnny?
My mother, driving a Grand Prix, always she never got mad a lot, but she would hold it in, and then when it would explode, it would really be, like a volcano. And we were in the car, and she all of a sudden started slapping the crap out of me. And I noticed the car was heading for like a bridge abutment. And I was just going, Mother, we're going to hit this bridge. And she goes, I'm taking you with me if we do.
Oh, my Lord. Chris, I don't know if any of us can top Johnny, but Chris, what do you got?
Well, there was one time in school where Michael Jordan was playing for the Washington Wizards, and I wanted to see him play the Celtics. He was like my favorite, and I got into a fight that day, and I've been begging my dad for tickets. And then he said, we're not going to the game. Although now looking back on it, I wonder if he ever bought the tickets or that was just an easy out.
Oh, man.
I would vote the easy out.
It's probably an easy. I was going to take you. I was going to.
In Houston, Texas, 3 people have been arrested after throwing a 6-year-old in one of those big dryers at the laundromat.
Was that punishment?
Yeah, they were ticked off because the kid lost his chips. I guess he had some chips and he lost them, and so they threw him in the dryer. I'm not laughing. They threw him in the dryer.
This is a horrible story.
It is horrible.
That's why I wasn't laughing.
It's not regulation. You're not supposed to do that.
No.
You have to take the clothes off first.
Dan, the purpose of a bit is to make everyone laugh at the end. I would say we missed the mark on this.
Chris, make a joke. Make a joke. Make it funny.
It's enough out of you, Joan.
The great news
Where's
is
that belt we needed?
The great news is when they pulled him out, he was half a size smaller.
Okay, there you go. Dun-dun-dun.
Ba-da-ba, Mandis in the morning.
I like the jingle. I like the jingle. Jingle out. Jingle out, Johnny. Jingle out.
Cheap radio jingles.
Oh, man. All right, moving right along. By the way, just for the record, they did not turn the dryer on. All right, what's coming up next? Oh, my goodness.
I was going to jingle out.
Jingle out.
That's the jingle, right?
Well, we'll be talking about the Trump effect, AP cutting its staff. Also, we have more cabinet appointments, and I want to talk about FBI director as well.
Did you say AP is cutting staff?
Cutting staff, yeah.
Are they
yeah,
really?
big cuts, big cuts.
When does NPR cut staff? Can anybody tell me?
As soon as Doge gets started.
That's right. You know, somebody tweeted Vivek and Elon Musk and tell them to take a good long look at NPR.
Yeah, I love the meme where it's from Office Space, so it's Vivek and Elon. So what exactly do you do here?
I love it.
All right, 8:55 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. You know, every night, right about homework time, I thank the Lord that we have Xfinity Internet. We can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now listen, homework and radio shows, they don't wait for the Internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. Now in my house, and we have for years, we rely on Xfinity. And if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY, online, xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.